안녕하세요. 어서 오세요. Happy Monday. Let's see if we can find a party. A beautiful morning. Check out Twitch, make sure everything's running smoothly. This is working here. YouTube. Like everything's running fine. 원데이와 해피는 같이 있을 수 없다. 맞아요. 원데이는 좀 힘들죠. 또 어쩌겠습니까? 최대한 밝게 하면서 해피하게 보내야겠죠. 일단 트위치, 유튜브 다 방송이 수월적으로 진행되고 있으니까 파티 찾아서 바로 일 시작하겠습니다. 일단 저랑 게임을 주로 하시는 플랑크님이 계시는지 경험치 쿠폰 써야 되는데 남동 가서 경험치 쿠폰을 써야 되는데 핑크빈이 목표인가요? 혼테일이 목표인가요? 일단 목표는 다크나이트입니다. 아직까지는 오늘 불어전쩔 하고 나서 템창을 보니 골든 스미스 해머가 들어있더라고요. 왜 니수록이 아니고 니가 왔냐. 아쉽네요. 니수록이 나왔으면 대박인데. 저도 전장이나 갈까요? 블루아이번을 갈까? 전장 가야 되겠다. 그냥 전장을 가서 한 타임 태우면서 경험치 쿠폰 쓰도록 할게요. 전장에 불어전. 전장에 자리가 있나 한번 봅시다. Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the stream. 어서 오세요. 좌삼이 200만원 하네. 지금 불어전이 엄청 비싼데요? 너무 비싼데? 가야 되나 저거? 여러분, 이거 경험치 쿠폰 1월 12일 11시 32분이라고 나와 있거든요. 근데 지금 1월 12일 11시 32분 지나지 않았나요? Hey Zazim, welcome to the stream. I'm feeling great. Thanks for asking. How are you feeling? 망둥이쩔이 망해서 불어전으로 몰렸다고 한다. 그래요? 불어전 그럼 맞는 불어전이 답인가? 경험치 쿠폰을 써야 되거든요 지금 남둥 가기는 좀 그렇고 경험치 쿠폰이 없어질 것 같으니까 빨리 가서 하나 태우도록 하죠. 불어전 4인 분한테 가야 되겠다. 3 지원 갑니다. 일단 이력서는 많이 넣어 볼게요. 그러니까요. 12시 이게 설마 미국 시간으로 제 시간으로 된 거라고요? 그러면 아직 한 12시간 정도 남았는데 차라리 조금 아꼈다가 지금 안 없어진 거면 확실하게 이게 미국식 시간으로 계산되고 있다는 소리인 것 같은데 그 소리는 안 써도 된다, 급하게 쓸 필요가 없다라는 소리잖아요. 그러면 차라리 나중에 차운이 오면 남둥 가서 쓰는 게 맞는 것 같기도 하고 지금 여기 전장에서 쓰긴 좀 아깝긴 하거든요. 훈장 시간 거랑 비슷해 비교해보면 된다. 아니 근데 이런 걸 봐가지고 어떻게 알 수가 있나? 어느 시간으로 계산되는지? I'm not sure. 그거 배 시간은 컴퓨터 시간이랑 연동되잖아요. 근데 배 시간은 이 한국하고 미국하고 그러니까 나라 간의 차이가 분에서 차이 나는 게 아니라 시에서 차이가 나기 때문에 한국이 10시 반이면 미국도 10시 반이거든요. 그래서 배 타는 거는 상관이 없어요. Hey, can I play this in the UK without the VPN? Unfortunately, you cannot, my brother. 여긴 현재 시간이 어떻게 되냐고요? 여기는 지금 아침 9시 44분입니다. 아, 여기는, 아, 그렇구나. 빨간 코 기준이 한국은 6일까지다. 여기는, 제 거는 5일 10시네요. 그러니까, 미국 시간으로 돼 있는 게 맞네. 미국 시간으로 돼 있는 게 맞다. 지금 5일 10시 0분 0분까지니까 딱 보니까 이게 14시간 차이가 나거든요. 한국하고 미국하고. 그러니까 이 빨간 코도 한국 시간 6일 마감된다고 봤을 때 이거는 이제 5월 10시까지니까 맞네. Same, stable and waiting for classic. When this event in America will start for classic. Wish to know more info about closed beta. Well, here in like 3 days, we should get more information about classic Maplestory. But until then, everybody's kind of waiting in the dark, you know? Fortunately. How it is right now. So today I could either grind in a party or I can go solo grind and farm. What do you guys think? What should I do? Should I solo grind all day today? 아, 치즈님도 미국이라 똑같다. 어디 보자. 불와. 사냥할 만한 곳이. 오늘은 어디 보자. 잠시만 일단 냅두고. 돈은 한 800 정도 있는데 800에서 900? 800에서 900 정도 있습니다. 가서 넷이나 두들겨 잡으면서 일단 소통하면서 천천히 파티 사냥을 알아보던 뭘 하던 해볼게요. 파밍하는 것도 나쁘지 않아서. Solo grind and hope for a solid loot. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Oh, I love his fit. I'm going to tell him that I love his fit. This is what I mean. Like in classic Maplestory, this is what happens when you play classic Maplestory. I'm just passing by and I see this level 118 ranger training, and for no reason, because him and I have that similarity, we have that shared trait of having no NX on to like customize our character, and we're just rocking our class armor set. And I told him, hey, you look really cool. I love the way you look. And I smiled at him and he said, hey, oh wow, you have no armor, you know, you have no NX too. Thank you. Enjoy. These small little interactions is what people are looking for, but I think most people, you know, don't understand that play current Maplestory or just playing today's MMOs in general. They don't understand that. They don't understand the charm of these small interactions that happen in classic classic Maplestory or in old school Maplestory. I have no clue who that is. I have no idea what you know, I just see him in the game, he sees me in the game, and it's a mutual invisible wall that allows us to become vulnerable because he will never, you know, he can't be a creep. He's just very instant spaced. That interaction is very instant spaced. So, and it's a good case to use the word instant spaced. The only time it's good to use instant spaced. It's not superficial, right? Because you're sharing good experiences with people. And you truly mean it. You know, when I tell people that I think they look cool or tell them to enjoy the game and I'm laughing and I'm smiling, I truly mean those things, and I want to pass off that positive energy, that positive vibe to the other players. 방금 만나신 분한테 그냥 아무도 모르는 분인데 지나가다가 메이플 하면서 아 선생님 캐시 안 하신 모습이 너무 멋있다. 직업 방어구를 입고 계신데 그게 너무 보기 좋은 거예요. 멋있고. 이게 사람들이 맨날 넥슨 캐시를 입고 다니면은 좀 방어구의 그 직업의 방어구를 못 볼 기회가 별로 없잖아요. 그래서 지나가면서 이제 제 또래 레벨 때 사람이 직업 방어구를 입고 사냥하는 모습을 보면 좀 신기하기도 하죠. 그래서 아무도 모르는 분한테 가서 너무 멋있으시다, 질매해라, 이런 식으로 그냥 간단한 대화와 좋은 에너지를 남겨주고 지나가면은 참 좋습니다. 메이플의 매력인 것 같아요. 무슨 선물? 아우 좀님이네. 감사합니다. 쭈쭈바. 안녕하세요 여러분. 로켓이 멋지다고요? 파란색 옷이 튀시네. 그쵸? What is good morning? Your takes on class identity are a breath of fresh air. Not enough people talking about the experience versus how powerful every class needs to be. I agree. I think, you know, people want what's best for the game, but they don't necessarily understand what's gonna be actually good for the game. What is the third job spearmint? I mean the name for the job. The name for the job is Dragon Knight. Mr. Flank is here. 플랑크님 있으면 망둥어 가시죠? 망둥어 가격 엄청 싸졌다. 망둥이가 잘 오르려나? 잘 오르나요, 망둥이? 마인탕님 안녕하세요. Drink some water. 망둥이 용기사가 경험치 잘 먹고 피스트가 힐해주면 물약도 안 써요. 로어로 사냥하는 건가요? 로어로? (1대1) 하면 1시간만 해볼까요? 경험치 쿠폰 태워볼까요? 그럼 망둥이 가서 어차피 써야 되는 거. 팔 수 있을 것 같은데 경험치 쿠폰 태우면. 아, 안 될라나? 그럼 한 5분 정도 해봐서 경험치 측정을 해보죠. 그럴까요 그럼? 망둥이 한번 가볼까요 여러분? Hey, Dasbula and Gremlin, what's up, guys? Welcome, welcome. Good morning to you guys. 애쉬 잡고 있어. 아, 네, 오케이. 그럼 다 오케이 나왔네요. 플랑크님들도 오케이 나왔고, 마인탕님도 오케이 나왔고. 알겠습니다. 레시에서 기다리고 있을게요. Up 3 days till the beta. Hope we get something. Anything. Yep. 3 more days until we get more information on the beta. Driving to New York today. Drive safe, man. Crazy people out on the road. Gotta keep your attention up. 요즘 켄타우로스의 원탁 맵 파사 연구되던데 신맵 나올 때마다 파티 사냥 연구되는 거 보면 재밌다. 켄타우로스의 맵이 신맵이 아닌데 또 연구가 되고 있나봐요. 거기 크림슨 우드는 많은 분들이 연구하고 관심을 많이 갖더라고요. 유튜브에 많이 보이던데 제가 생각했던 거와 달리 사람들이 많이 관심을 갖고 지금 연구를 하고 있는 것 같아요. 근데 확실히 데미지가 많이 들어오고 그 빅풋 잡으러 가는 고래분들도 많던데 빅풋은 제가 한 어느 쇼츠를 봤거든요. 온박딜이 1만 정도 들어오던데 거기. 그럼 용기사도 거의 한 방이거든요. 그런 거는 격수들이 어떻게 잡는지 지금 그때 그래서 이럴 때가 딱 그게 좋은 것 같아요. 그쵸? 섀도우의 연막탄. 영어랑 한국말 둘 다 하시니까 더 좋은 듯 하다. 제가 될 수 있으면 득템. 바로 득템. 나이스. 제가 될 수 있으면 영어하고 한국말로 둘 다 소통하려고 합니다. Woke up freezing today. I know, it was cold this morning, huh? 원탁은 옛날 메이플 때는 일반 맵이 아니고 미니 던전으로 출시가 됐다. 1인 혼자 사냥해서 사냥하던 맵이 지금은 사람들이 같이 들어가서 사냥하는 거기. 금방 잡는다. 생각보다 여러 명에서 하면. 근데 일단 피통 문제가 되니까 뻥이 있어도 피통 낮은 보마나 나로들은 정말 조심해야 되겠네요. 그럴 때는 안전하게 그냥 섀도우를 끼고 연막탄을 데려가면 참 좋을 것 같아요. 보험으로. Oh yeah, I heard about that Crimson Wood release for Mapleland recently. Yup. Did it come out with Crimson Wood Party Quest? I remember the pendant they drop is OP. Oh yes, they released the pendant, but I don't think you get it through a party quest. They get it through a series of quests, which I might go and try actually. But they did release more of the Crimson Wood, which is really cool. 나중에 플랑크님 한번 데리고 가서 플랑크님이 관심이 있으시면 거기 새로 나온 뉴리프 시티 크림슨 우드 있잖아요. 거기 훈장이 굉장히 괜찮거든요. 그것도 한번 얻어보면 참 좋을 것 같은데. Why this resolution? It sucks. You can try, if it's on vertical, you can try to come to my channel and there's a horizontal view. 파티캐스트용이 따로 있어요. 공격력 12까지 되는 펜던트는 파티캐스트에서 나온다. 거기까지는 저도 몰랐는데 시즈님이 잘 아시죠. 그 파티캐스트 나오면 정말 좋겠다. 아! 생겼습니다. 잠시만요. Today I'm louder than my background music. Let's fix that. Let me know if I cut out turning my VPN on. 근데 텐시아는 절대로 그렇게 내줄 일이 없을 것 같다. 5분에 배 타고 넘어오시면 된다. 알겠습니다. 옵션 다르게 해서 낼 것 같은데. 맞아요. 옵션이 좀 다르게 해서 나오긴 하겠죠? 그 어디냐? 글로벌 서버에서 출시된 것처럼 똑같이 출시되면은 좀 OP일 것 같기는 해요. 지금까지의 패치된 그 패치 내용들만 봐도, 그리고 그 콘텐츠를 낼 때에 어떻게 되는지 다 수정돼서 나오거든요. 글로벌 서버에서 나왔던 것들이. 그래서 그것도 수정되어 가지고 조금 더 소화할 수 있을 만큼 어느 정도 수정을 해서 내놓지 않을까. 너무 OP하면은 다른 것들이 많이 피해를 보기 때문에. 근데 저는 정말 의외로 한국 사람들이 크림슨 우드에 관심을 많이 갖는 거 보고 좀 놀라긴 했어요. 글로벌 서버에서도 그렇게 인기가 별로 없었던 걸로 기억을 하는데 거의 빅풋만 잡으러 갔거든요. 고렘몬스터는 다 솔풀 위주로 많이 돌렸던 걸로 기억하는데 사람들이 확실히 한국 사람들은 이런 걸 잘해요. 새로운 사냥터나 맵이 나왔을 때 연구하고 공부해가지고 어떻게 하면 효율을 뽑아낼 수 있는지. What level is your bandit now? My bandit is 57, I believe. 목마르니 우물 파야죠. 그렇죠? 리플에만 있기에는 좀 심심하기는 해요. 다른 곳에 가서 사냥도 하고 하는 게 좋긴 하죠. I thought you had like 20 mil 2 weeks ago. I did. And then what did I do with my money? I purchased something. It wasn't this. I might have purchased some. I think I purchased my shoes, and I tried to scroll my shoes. Oh no, on my bandit I had 20 mil, and I bought a weapon attack 9 work glove. That's what I did. Okay, I got some lag right now. I can't move. There we go. So Claw in Classic will have lower attack speed, and I believe you can't attack jump. You can't attack every jump anymore. I just hope it's fixable by second job Claw booster. Wait, what? Really? 아, 배 놓쳤다. 아. Wait, you can't attack jump in Classic Maplestory anymore? Really? I hope that's not true. I hope they don't mess with the jump attack in Classic Maplestory for Assassins. I can't imagine Assassins not having jump attack. That can't be true. I think if anything, they'll try to bring back they'll try to bring back, or not bring back, but they'll try to incorporate jump attack for archers. And I think it's the wrong direction to go. Personally, I don't think archers aren't supposed to jump attack. Just don't see it fitting. 탈 수 있다. 놓친 게 아니라 약간 일찍 왔군요. 오케이. Nice. Okay, let's see. Go here. Now that my VPN works with my stream, I have no issues changing channels, going to different continents while I stream. I'm so glad that I was able to find a solution. I will play Archer if they can jump attack. Oh no, Daspola, you don't want that, do you? You don't want jump attack for archers. But if it happens, like I said, I'm gonna go in open mind and give the game a try. Let's go, feels good, man. I love how Gremlin, you're always like the hype man. I bet you were a hype man in your friend group, huh? When you were younger. You were that hype man who just like hype people up. I get that vibe. Yes, you can jump attack, but due to low attack speed, it feels clumsy. Oh, I see what you mean now. So they basically nerfed the attack speed. I wonder if it was needed. Maybe it was. I wonder what their thought progression is, or what they're thinking when they lower the attack speed for the claw. Maybe they just are tired of people complaining how Night Lords are so OP. But people don't understand, you know, Night Lords are so expensive to play. Oh, let me check my title. The solution was to just keep the VPN on all the time. No, the solution was actually... Let me check my titles and then I'll tell you what the solution was. Because, yep, there's a couple of things. I need to change the title and a couple of things. Because, yep, there's... Oops. Go here. Grind to 120, 120, like that. Then I check my Twitch. So the solution, I was using Restream, right? Restream is a website service provider that allows you to stream to multiple platforms, right? Now, I didn't know if the issue was on the OBS side or Restream side, because in order for me to stream to you guys on Twitch and on YouTube, I can't directly just get the stream key from, like, I used to just stream to YouTube and I didn't really have much of a problem. But then I started using Restream, and then what I would have to do is I would have to get the stream key from Restream and connect Restream to YouTube and Twitch. So there's like essentially a connector that you would have to go through, whereas compared to previously, it would be a direct connection between my streaming software that I use, which is OBS, and YouTube. And that whenever you change, whenever you turn on and off VPNs, when I was directly streaming to YouTube, it would disconnect but connect immediately, like almost immediately. As like it took just as long as however long it took for the VPN to do its thing, but the reconnection was always there. Can I speak Korean? 네, 한국말 할 줄 압니다. But with Restream, when I was using Restream, I would turn the VPN on and the OBS would lose connection. But for some reason, OBS would not reconnect. And what would happen is, because OBS would not connect when I was using Restream, the delay that the YouTube and Twitch always worked for some reason, but YouTube didn't. The significant amount of delay, which was more than like 10 seconds or 15 seconds, would cause an issue on the YouTube side when I tried to reconnect to OBS and reconnect my stream. And I tried so many ways to mess with my VPN, mess with settings and like YouTube and OBS and Restream and all that, and I couldn't figure it out. So I came to the conclusion that I'm not gonna be able to change channels or go to different continents, because obviously while I'm streaming, I gotta make streaming the priority and my gaming experience secondary. You know, I can't just turn off my stream just because I want to change channels or go to a different continent for pure efficiency on the leveling side. At that point, I would just not stream at all. But I have to put the streaming first and make sure that experience for the viewer is seamless. So I said, okay, well, I'm not gonna use VPN while I'm streaming. I'm just gonna go to a place. Like, that's why I think the last training ground, or the last place I was at on my bandit, was the Golden Forest for about 4 hours. I just grinded there for 4 hours and without going anywhere, because I didn't want to mess up the stream. But then I found out this new software. It's kind of like in replacement of Restream, right? It's called Atom. It's called Atom Multistream, and it was super easy to download and integrate with OBS. And it's essentially just like Restream, but it's a different company. They take my stream and then they output it to YouTube vertical, so people can find me in shorts now. It also puts me out to Twitch, where Gremlin and other people like to hang out. And then it also streams to YouTube. And this one, for some reason, when I turn on and off the VPN, it doesn't lose connection. It's actually kind of crazy, because it doesn't even lose connection when I turn on the VPN or off the VPN. It stays pretty flawless. Like, I don't think there's any even buffering that happens. So Atom was basically switching from Restream to Atom was the solution. 어렸을 때 미국에서 메이플 한 건가요? 한국에서 태어나서 한국에서 15살 때까지, 중학교 졸업할 때까지 한국에 있다가 미국으로 이민 왔습니다. 한국에 어렸을 때 한국에 살면서 메이플을 많이 했죠. 아기 때 메이플 엄청 많이 즐겨 했죠. 미국 와서도 많이 즐겨 했으니까 굉장히 많이 했습니다, 메이플을. Yeah, a bit tedious to restart stream when bossing or finding a party in different channel. Yeah, it's very tedious and it's very inconvenient, and you know, I might as well not stream at that point. So 채널 이동을 대륙 이동 할 때만 VPN 키고 사냥 시작하기 전에 키는 게 렉 조금 덜 걸리더라고요, 저는. Why this resolution? Said hi. Hey Boston. Boston cream donuts. Does Boston have good cream donuts? You know, I actually love croissants. When I go to a donut shop or a bakery or a pastry shop, I love croissants. My wife likes those pretty standard glazed donuts. Very American. But me, I like my croissants. I like the flakiness, I like the butteriness. Awesome, this looks old school. What game server is this? Hey Octon. Welcome to the stream. This is Mapleland from KMS. When will Maplestory Classic be released? I don't know, brother. Hopefully this springtime. is what I'm hoping, but a lot of people anticipate the 11th of May. But we'll have more info. I don't know if it will be about the release date, but on the 15th. So here in about 3 days, we should have more information. We'll have footage for sure of people playing the game. I'm so excited. 3 more days and we get to see something new. What server am I playing on? This is Mapleland on KMS, and most people cannot play on this server because of the stringent, very stringent requirement to be able to play on a KMS server. Is Mapleland private or Korean only? This is an official server in Korea, and it's a Korean only. You have to have Korean social security number. You have to have a Korean phone number attached to that social security number. You have to self-verify through that phone number, and you have to register your computer, and you have to have a VPN. So it's just not worth it for most people to go through all that to play the game, play on the server. Not that I know, but there's a donut called Boston Cream Donut. I think I do know that donut, Boston Cream Donut. What are you snacking on? I am currently snacking on Halls as I keep coughing my lungs out. Uh-oh. I don't like seeing monsters just floating there. That tells me I have to turn my VPN off. Register your computer? Yes, you have to register your computer, meaning... So like after you connect to VPN and you logged in, you authenticated, if you don't want to continuously authenticate yourself like over and over whenever you try to log into the game, what you can do once you're logged in, you can go to the website with the VPN turned on and register your computer. Your computer has a unique identifier that you can register the PC with your account on the Nexon's Korean Maple Nexon website, and it will authenticate. It will essentially not require you to do the OTP the next time you log in. It will just recognize your computer and immediately log you in. The phone number can be bypassed by registering your computer. Are you a Korean citizen? I am an American citizen. I had dual citizenship, but I had to give that up when I was in the military. The military made me choose. They said, hey, either we can feed you and pay you, or you can remain a dual citizenship or dual citizen. What do you want? And I said at age 23, maybe 22, I said, look, I need to eat. You're not gonna pay me because I'm a dual citizen, then I need to eat. So good morning, my brother. I was sad to see you were sick last week. Hope you guys all recovered, especially the little guy. We are all doing better now. Thank you for your concerns and your kind words. Can't move. Why won't it let me move? What do I do when I can't move? Do I have to re-enter? I think I have to re-enter. Let me know if the music is too loud or, you know, if I'm too loud. AL 171 right here. That's where I need to go. 음악이 너무 크다. 로 해놔야 되겠다. 딱 이 정도? 쩔 받을 생각에 신났다고요? 쩔 받으면 좋죠. 아, 1분 안에 움직여져요? 다음에 작품 같이 갈 때는 미리 오셔야겠다. 네, 맞아요. 작품을 뭐 방송하면서 할 수 있으면 참 좋을 텐데 이런저런 이슈가 많아서 될 수 있으면 그냥 녹음으로 하는 게 좋을 것 같긴 하거든요. 근데 만약에 작품을 방송에서 한다 하면은 미리 다 정리해놓고 미리 다 준비해놓고 방송을 해야죠. 여기 아니라고요? 여기 맞잖아요. 아닌가? 여기가 망둥이 있는 곳 아닌가? 아, 여기 아닌가? 아이씨, 못 봤다. Are you excited for Maplestory Classic? I'm interested to gauge how the current Maple community feels about it. I feel like they aren't interested. I think there's a lot of interest. Right now, I mean, I can tell you from just having my YouTube, it's not crazy amount of interest, but there's definitely interest. A lot of people come to my YouTube asking me for my opinion. A lot of people are telling me that they're excited for the release and all this stuff. So I think there's interest, but maybe it's not as big as I think it is. I think when Classic releases, people, I think, you know how WoW Classic was when it first released? The server exploded and stuff because there were so many players that wanted to play. I think I think it's going to be similar to that in the beginning. 파란색도 옷이 이쁘네요. 그쵸? 파티 거절? 아, 플랑크님이랑만. 아, 이런 식으로. 오케이. 인기도 올릴 수 있다. 나이스. I feel like there's a lot of interest from people who don't currently play Maple, which hopefully these people stick around and continue to play. But I get the vibe that people who currently play are kind of like against it for some reason. I don't know, just a feeling I get. I do think that once 여긴가? I do think that once the game comes out, we'll definitely have a lot of interest in the beginning. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think there's like not much in the MMO industry right now that can give the experience that people want when they play old school Maplestory. And a lot of these guys, I think in their 30s, pushing 40s, yeah, you can arguably say that it's the age where men feel the most lonely, because you know, you're out of college or out of high school and you're kind of like settling down in your life, and you're really consumed by your everyday there's a routine. But a lot of these guys have friends online on Discord and stuff, and the 30s and 40s, I believe, are the age where people are a little bit more open-minded. When you're a kid, when you're younger, you can be a little bit like rigid and not as flexible, right? Like you think certain things are the right way. I'm mainly speaking on my behalf. I was kind of like that when I was younger. I used to think that, like, I would look at a game like RuneScape and I would immediately think, how could I enjoy that? Like, there's too much of a delay. I won't enjoy it because it's just the graphics don't work well for me. I was so used to Maplestory that I was hesitant on trying anything new. Well, it turned out when I turned 30 and I was playing, before I started playing Mapleland, I was looking for an MMO experience that could give me a similar feeling to Maplestory. And I would look all over the MMO industry, other Nexon games, whatever. And most of the time I couldn't get past the initial, I don't know, like the 10 hours of playing, right? Well, RuneScape actually had me hooked for about a few days, maybe even like 15 days. I was pretty hooked. I was like looking up guides and what I should be doing, stuff like that. And the only reason I was able to get myself to try the game was because was because I was older enough to understand that, like, I can't make a judgment before I try something. So my hope is that when new players come, right, because I do think the main audience for Maplestory Classic is going to be people above 30. People above 30, 35 into their 40s. And I think a lot of people are going to be willing to try a new game if it means a couple of things. One is that if it means, like, because people that played old school Maplestory will advertise the game as a social game, which it is. They'll tell them it's more chill, you can come and chill, and, you know, like, you can socialize, we can talk about life, whatever. In this game, where you can't, like in a classic Maplestory or other MMOs that have a lot of chores and quests and mundane and just annoying little things that you got to keep up with. That's how they keep you engaged. But oh my goodness, my throat is so itchy. But there's like that part of you, when do you like actually sit down and play something with your friend that gives you enough leisure time and enough downtime for you to talk about anything outside of the game? What game offers that? Maybe, I think RuneScape definitely offers that. Maybe WoW if you're questing and stuff. But I found myself when I play either League of Legends or, you know, any type of FPS games with my friend, is we're very locked in 24/7 while we're playing the game. You don't get to talk about, hey, how's Stacy? Hey, how's Sarah doing? What about your 마인탕님 쏘리. 마인탕님이래. You don't get a chance to talk about those things with your friend. And once these guys understand that this is a different type of game where you can come and like have a downtime, right? Like you guys just played 3 games of League and you want to just kind of sit and chill. Maybe they'll give it a chance and those guys will stick. Yeah, I agree, but I fear Nexon might have missed the boat a little, waited too long. I think you gotta hit those people who are nostalgic for it in their 20s to mid 30s. 40s might be too late. People may not have enough time to grind then and then just give up. I'll get to that point in a bit, but I want to talk about why I think the current MapleStory, the modern MapleStory audience do not like, for some reason, hate on the classic MapleStory audience. And I think it's because they're worried. They're worried. I mean, look, I've come to learn, I don't know about you guys, but when you have interactions with people, even if something is very obvious, right? Like let's say math, 1 + 1 is definitely 2. And you try to tell people, hey, 1 + 1 is 2. You know, I'm using a metaphor here. Hey, 1 + 1 is 2. Why don't you just believe me? It's 1. How do you not know that? I think the thing is, when you, even if it's like very obvious logically or whatever, some people don't want to hear that because they have so much to lose if something like that is true. So let's kind of talk about modern MapleStory audiences. If you tell them that classic is a better experience, classic is a better game, and although the classic audience will not fight too hard with modern audiences, I know there's clash on both sides, but it seems like, why couldn't we coexist in peace? There's some modern MapleStory players that do not want success for classic MapleStory. And I think it's because they feel fearful and they feel threatened. They have so much time and money invested into modern MapleStory, and for something simple, something that doesn't require you to spend money to become the #1, something like, you know, and I want to connect this into the gaming industry later, but I want to talk about, I'll continue to talk about this. If something threatens your identity or your existence, you're gonna fight it no matter what. Like 1 + 1, even if it's math, you're gonna just argue that it's not. And I think that's what it is. People that are extremely aggressive towards the people that talk about the philosophy of and the idea of what old school MapleStory is and how to enjoy a game. They take offense to it because it feels like they're talking about, you know, to them it probably feels like we're talking about like getting rid of modern MapleStory, or like just talking about how bad of a game it is, and they have too much invested. I think that's what it is. And you talked about, and you said that Nexon was kind of late on the boat, that people in their 40s have really no time compared to 20s and 30s. If you have time in your 30s, I believe you're gonna have time in your 40s. You know, I believe that. I think the same people that had time in their 30s are gonna have time in their 40s. So people that were gonna play, I think, will find a way to play. Now, I guess you could make that argument right? And say, well, some people start their families in late 30s, 40s now. And yeah, you're right. I think if there is a difference, it's pretty insignificant, is what I'm saying. I guess is what I want to say. It's probably going to be insignificant. Yeah, you can, I think we need to, even playing this game for 2 hours, guys, is a lot. It's going to feel like the longest 2 hours you've ever played on a video game. When you play 2 hours on, let's say, League of Legends, or I don't know, Arc Raiders right now. Arc Raiders is huge, right? Or anything fast-paced. If you spend 2 hours, it goes by in an instant. You play League of Legends for 2 games, it's already like, you might have time for a third, you might not. That's how it is, and those games go by quick. Here's the thing about Maplestory. If we can get our buddies to play the game, right? And tell them the appeal and the charm to classic Maplestory, that it's kind of like just sitting down having a beer, right? And catching up in life. How you been? What's your plans? Right? And I think that's going to be the biggest charm to the game. And that's what people need to understand is the charm for the game. And instead of like hyper optimizing and hyper chasing for damage and trying to be the best at whatever, trying to be number one, strongest, like that's all cool. But I think the general player base, the majority, needs to understand, in order for people, especially the new people, in order for them, in order for the game, for the player, the new player, to have longevity and continue to play the game. Oh my god. The appeal needs to be understood, that it's, you log in for the last 2 hours, and those 2 hours go by so slow as you're grinding together. When you grind in Maplestory, 1 hour feels like a long time, but it's still meaningful. Like I love playing the game, but it does feel like a long time. When you grind for 2 hours with your buddy, and I'm using a lot of KMS customs and cultures here, those 2 hours are going to be your time to catch up at late at night. You can't do it physically anymore because he's not your neighbor, or he doesn't live down the same down the block, or in your city. But he exists in this digital real estate where you guys can kind of have, some presence. You guys are next to one another. There's some presence there, and you feel like as if he's there, and you guys are grinding together. And you know how. And you know what I'm basing this off of? I'm basing this off of like the entire time I played KMS while I was in the United States. Me and my cousin grew up almost like essentially like best friends for the first 13 years of our life. We only have 1 year of difference. And basically he was my best friend in Korea until I came to the United States. Obviously, he started making his own little friends in school, and I started making my own little friends in school, and we just went our separate ways. But when I was in the States, I would want to play with him so bad. And the time difference between Korea and United States is like 14 hours. So if it's daytime here, it's nighttime there. And we would get very little time where we would have enough time, maybe on a weekend or something, that we could play together. And we could only play like an hour or 2, sometimes 3 if the night is good and we're having a good time, and the time allowed us to have 3. Playing Maplestory was that time when we can chat and kind of catch up with how things are going. We'd grind together, catch up a little bit. Hey, how's your aunt? How's grandma? How's it in Korea? How's it in the States? Oh, today I went to school, and I had like really bad lunch. I'm not enjoying it here. Whatever. It gave me the time, an outlet for me to really connect with someone that was special to me, that meant a lot to me. So while I was in my teens, I was kind of already living in a time. I already had that that invisible wall blocking me from really playing the game with people that I wanted to play with, like my friends, for a long period of time. The time difference, right? So just like how people in their 30s and 40s will maybe get an hour or two a day, or maybe even on the weekend, to have some downtime to play the game, it was essentially the same thing for me too. I would play KMS waiting for my cousin to get on, and obviously when I'm playing, he's not playing, but I would have 2-3 hours a week, or maybe a little bit more throughout the week, where I would have time to sit down and play sit down and socialize with my cousin. And that enough like allowed me to have a good time in the game, and the 2-3 hours really go by slow when you're grinding. It does. It doesn't go by quick, let's just say, as like when you're playing other games. 형님 안녕하세요. 오늘은 화면이 다르군요. 예, 화면이 다른 게 아니라 쇼츠 쪽에서도 라이브를 켜놓은 상태라 아마 쇼츠를 보시다가 제 라이브에 오시게 되신 것 같은데, 그거 보시고 제 채널 오면은 옆으로 크게 나오는 와이드 뷰로 보실 수가 있어요. 쇼츠 라이브요? 네, 쇼츠 라이브도 켜놓고 방송하고 있습니다. 그걸 켜놓으면은 방송 그 채널에 도움이 많이 된다고 들어가지고. What's the longest you've been awake at one time grinding Maple? Oh, 40, man. I think when I first started playing Maple Land back in September of this year, I think the longest I went, I was like, man, it was so good to be back into a classic server, and something that I missed because, you know, I could play Artel, I could play GMS. Those are all old school Maplestory. They have the framework there, let's say, right? It's old school Maplestory. It's very similar. But what they didn't have was the special sauce, which is the customs and cultures and the party-centric gameplay of KMS. That was the secret sauce that's been missing. And when I played Maple Land here in KMS, all of that came back, and man, the gaming experience is just so much better when you play with the other people. And I think it's gonna make a huge difference if people adopt this style of gameplay, right? This way of playing the game. It's gonna make a huge difference. I think a lot of people will enjoy the game a lot more. Even the old veteran players, when they come back, and because it's not 2005, 2006, 7, 8, where some of us were still on dial-up, it's 2026, and there's gonna be, you know, just like how they do in Maple Land, I'm hoping somebody will start it. I have faith that somebody will. But in Maple Land, they have a Discord channel. It's for the server. It's like, you know, it's very official, let's say. It's very legit, and a lot of people use that Discord server to find parties, to sell stuff sometimes. And why do I bring this up? I'm not, you know, I only use it because it's easy to find parties, and I think for that reason it's good. there's more differences I could speak. Like, it might be trouble in the NA and the Western server, because how many times do you guys get into like a game and you just meet a stranger and you guys become friends, and then you guys add each other in Discord, and that person's now exclusively the only person you will chat with when you play a game. I've had instances like that, right? Like when I'm playing a Western game, people want to make friends. People will join a Discord server and look for people to make friends with, and they kind of go into their little bubble of friend group, and they'll start a Discord, and they'll get very fixated into that group and create their own community. Here in the Eastern Hemisphere, like Korea, I'm sure this happens in Japan too, because our customs are very shared. Here in the East, what happens is people approach it almost like a business, almost as if they're meeting. Like there's a semi-business feel to it, and a light feel to it, where you can joke around with one another. But to go beyond that and create an actual friendship that goes beyond that instance of meeting that person is pretty rare. And I think that's what makes it healthy, because if everybody stays below a certain level of friendliness and certain level of a relationship, then everybody's essentially a stranger the next day again. And you don't really become a close friend in KMS unless there's some special things that happen to you, right? It's just like, in the West and the East, the customs and cultures are very different. And I think that just reflects into Discord as well. I worry that if like a Maple Classic Discord server comes out, that people will use it and then make friends and then not use it again. Instead of using it like a legit town hub, you go there to make like a bar. People in the West go to bars to make friends, and then they hang out with their friends more than going to the bar. But if you develop a friendship beyond that, then you start looking for that friend to play with instead of going to the community hub. And I see that happening more in the West than the East. But like I was saying, hopefully the party-centric game style gets adopted, because I think even the veteran players that played Maplestory in the GMS won't have this unique experience that I'm having, or the Korean community's having in KMS. And this is what makes Maple, like, if Maplestory was an A-grade game, the party-centric playstyle and and how the Korean community plays this game, with a lot of involvement with other people and party grinding and creating raids to go together, and like doing all this makes it a double S grade game. I don't think I could train myself to level 113 playing by myself. I don't think I could have done that. Even if I have a lot of love for the game, I think it would have just been way too boring. And the fact that this game has this culture already established in KMS, where people can party up with one another, get into a party, go through the grind together, and doesn't have to be super meaningful relationship. It's kind of just like meeting someone in the street, and you're adhering to the culture that's laid out in your country or whatever, in your society, and you're friendly. You guys share the same language, same culture, same understanding, the nuances, everything. In Korea, because the country's so small, the nuances are very well understood. And that's what I think that carries over into the game. People kind of meet, they have the same code of humor, nuance, everybody generally does. And it's a good moment for that time, and then it's bye-bye. It's bye-bye after that. Maybe I'll see you again in the future, maybe I won't, but it was good partying with you. And I like that, and it's a good system. It allows you to meet people all the time. It doesn't kind of like fixate you into your own bubble of friends in Discord that you get into chat with only them, and you're only playing the game when they're playing, and if they're not playing, then you're not party grinding. We're very like tribal here in the West. But East, they're tribal as a country. And of course, people disagree and people have differences. But I'm talking about in comparison. Compared to the West and the East, you can just tell by the gun laws that we have in the West. In the East, there's no gun laws, and I'm not because I live in the West, you know, I understand the reason for the gun laws. Because everybody's much more individualistic and tribal, even within a city, the city doesn't think the same because there's so many races and it's a melting pot and so many customs and cultures. People kind of form their own cliques. It's like a tribe, right? People form their tribes of people that understand them, that see the world the same as them. But in the East, it's the entire country thinking that way. The entire country is in this is in a bubble together. And despite their differences, there's more common. There's a lot of common things that they agree on and understand together. And that perfectly, I think, carries over into the game and how the game is played. Artale was my first reintroduction to Maple, and I was grinding 8 hours a day. When I first played Artale, I did the same thing too. I think I played a lot of like Kerning Party quests, and I would go to Antil, and I would grind that Antil. It was my first time playing a cleric, and probably my last. Can you speak in Korean? I can speak Korean. 메이플로 이렇게 심오한 이야기를 하다니. 심오가 무슨 뜻이죠? 한국말 할 수 있다고 한국말로 해야죠. 한국말로 해달라는 건가요, 마인탕님? 이렇게 어려운 얘기를 내가 할 수 있어. Why the last? I just didn't find clerics that enjoyable. Ah, deep. 그러게요. 내가 좀 예민한 걸 수도 있고. 모르겠어요. 이게 다 연결이 보이거든요. 저는 어떻게 다. 왜냐면 두 게임을 해보고 두 나라에서 15년 각각 넘게 살아봤으니까 이런 게 보여요. 저는 그냥 눈에. Bishop AoE looks good. No. One, it takes too long to get there. Two, one, it takes too long to get there, and two, I just don't like the appeal of bishops, man. I gotta play something a little bit more interactive. Not interactive, but I want to do damage. That's probably what it is, because bishops are very interactive characters. They're doing a lot in the game, all the time. 그럼 망둥이 쩔이 막히지 않았나? 아 맞아요. 이제 레벨 낮으신 분들은 여기 못 온다고 하더라고요. 그래서 망둥이 쩔 값이 많이 내려갔다고 어디서 본 것 같아요. (3일) 뒤에 글로벌 서버에서 그 뭐냐 클래식 게임 이벤트가 있거든요. 베타 서버 이벤트가 있을 예정인데 3일 뒤에 시작하는데 이제 정보가 좀 더 나오겠죠? 조만간 신정보가 이번 베타 이벤트 끝나면서 내가 볼 땐 출시일을 밝힐 것 같아요. 언제 나오는지. 서비스 시작일을. Hola, ¿qué clase es la que jugarás como tu main cuando salga Classic Maple? Me gustaría jugar Expomen, pero porque mis amigos van a ser nuevo al juego, yo quiero esperar hasta ellos eligen lo que quieren jugar y después de ver voy a elegir un clase que ayuda a mis amigos. Y voy a elegir después de ver lo que van a jugar. Si ellos no juegan a Crossbowman, yo jugaré. yo lo jugaré. 이 정도면 잘 오르는 거죠, 경험치. 그쵸? 잘 오르는 것 같은데. 스페니쉬도 하시네요. 네, 제가 미국에서 군대 생활하면서 스페니쉬를 배웠어요. 번역사였어요. 번역사. 스페니쉬 번역사. 웃긴 게 제가 공군 들어가서 번역사를 보고 이미 한국말 하니까 뭐 잘 한국말 쪽으로 해서 하면은 참 쉬운 길을 걷겠다. 굉장히 쉬운, 뭐 그렇게 쉬운 일은 아니지만 번역하는 게 1차원적으로 생각하면 안 되고 좀 더 복잡하거든요, 번역이라는 게. 근데 하여튼 어린 나이에 공군을 이제 지원을 했는데 번역사가 보이는 거예요. 그래서 번역사를 보고 나 한국말 할 수 있으니까 이거 하면 되겠다, 괜찮겠다 하고 그걸 골랐는데 그게 공군은 직업군인이 될 때 직업을 10개 정도 골라야 돼요. 그 10개 안에서 공군이 이게 필요하다, 뭐 저게 필요하다 하면은 불러서 이제 입대하고 그러는 방식인데 거기서 딱 운 좋게 그게 걸린 거예요, 번역사가. 그래서 나는 이제 훈련 다 끝나고 가서 이제 언어 배우는 학교를 가야 되는데 캘리포니아에서 거기를 가서 이제 나는 한국말 할 수 있으니까 한국말로 해줘라 하면 좋을 것 같다 라는 생각을 가지고 있었어요, 군대 훈련을 받으면서. 근데 이제 가니까 내가 원하는 게 아니라 공군의 특인데 육군을 뭐라고 하지? Soldier, Army를 가면은 내가 원하는 걸 줘요. Army는 사람들을 많이 필요하니까. 그리고 워낙 규모가 크다 보니까 공군보다 내가 원하는 게 있으면 거의 대부분 그걸로 해주거든요, 육군은. 근데 공군이 필요한 거에 네가 들어가는 거, 이런 식이에요. 그래서 내가 학교를 갔어요. 거기 캘리포니아에 가서 거기 상병이라고 해야 되나? 한국말로 뭐라고 해야 되는지 모르겠는데 저보다 이제 Army 상급 위에 계신 분한테 나 한국말 할 수 있으니까 코리안 주면은 참 좋을 것 같다 라고 하니까 됐고 스페니쉬로 뭐 다음 달에 시작하니까 준비하래요. 그래서 스페니쉬요? 그러니 스페니쉬라고 가서 공부하라고. 근데 그것도 운이 정말 좋았던 게 그나마 스페니쉬 써서 다행이지 스페니쉬 말고 막 아랍어도 있고 중국어, 일본어 이런 것도 다 있거든요. 그런 게 안 걸린 게 정말 다행이라고 생각해요. 거기서 아랍어 걸렸다? 정말 힘들었을 것 같아요. 다행히도 스페니쉬가 걸려서, 스페니쉬는 영어하고 매우 유사하거든요. 저도 카투사라 미군 베이스에서 복무했는데 한국에서 복무하신 적 있으신가요? 안타깝게도 없습니다. 한국은 간 적이. 스페니쉬 언어가 제 번역 본업 직업 언어이기 때문에 한국에 갈 필요가 전혀 없었어요. 한국 갈 수 있었으면 참 좋았을 텐데 부모님도 거기 계시고 어머님도 거기 계시고 이제 온 가족이 있으니까. 일본 많이 가거든요, 미국 공군. 근데 저는 아쉽게도 못 가봤어요. You live in Korea? Cool, you can play Mapleland. No, I live in the United States. I live in Virginia. I do not live in Korea. I'm able to play Mapleland because I have my family in Mapleland. 미군 육군 애들이 공군 은근히 무시하던데 공군도 육군 무시하네. 아유, 똑같죠. 참 유치하게 놀아요. 확실히 이제 20대 남자애들이 정말 유치하지만 재밌게 놀아요. 공군은 육군한테 야 이 바보야 하면서 놀리고, 육군은 공군한테 야 이 찌질아 이런 식으로. 그래도 공군 기지? 아니면 이제 공군 애들끼리 놀다 보면은 육군 굉장히 무시해요, 진짜. 그러면 안 되는데. 근데 그렇게 무시를 해도 다 이제 만나면 친구 되고 그래요. 저한테 정말 잘해주셨던 상부라고 하나요? 하여튼 나보다 계급 높으신 분이 육군에 있는 아저씨였는데, 제가 21살이었을 거예요, 때가. 그 아저씨 막 31살, 32살일 텐데, 정말 모범적으로 군대 생활 잘하시고, 굉장히 똑똑하시고, 그리고 이제 스페니쉬 좀 배우는데 어려움을 겪었던 애들 이끌어가면서 해줬던 게 육군 아저씨였거든요. 그래서 이제 실제로 다 만나서 옹기종기 모여가지고 뭐 육군이든 해군이든 공군이든 다 모이면은 다 같이 친해져요. 같이 가서 점심도 먹고. 사진이 아마 있는데 제가 한번 찾아봐야 되겠다. 나중에 보여드릴게요. 학교 다니면서 이제 학교가 아무래도 공군만 오는 게 아니라 육군, 공군, 해군 다 오는 그런 학교였거든요. DLI라고, 캘리포니아에 있는 DLI인데, 거기서 이제 클래스에 다 스페니쉬 배워야 하는 사람들이 공군뿐만 아니라 다 있잖아요. 뭐 육군이든 해군이든. 근데 이제 다 모여가지고 다 친해져가지고 수업 기간이 6개월인데 6개월 다 수업을 마치고 산에 가서 밥도 먹고 놀러 다니고, 어떤 애들은 이제 정말 실친이 돼서 그 우정을 유지해서 나중에까지 보는 친구들도 있고, 결혼하는 사람들도 있고. No bandit grind? Yeah, no bandit grind today. We gotta get to 120, baby. The barrier to play Mapleland are so high, I wish I could play. I know, the barrier is really high, but it's for a good reason. But Maplestory Classic's coming out here shortly. It's coming right around the corner. Do you have a release date? Been waiting for Classic for over a decade. I think earlier one of my viewers asked me, or they were concerned that there was not enough attention or anticipation for Classic Maplestory. And I get these questions on asking me when is Classic coming, what server are you playing on, is that Classic Maplestory? At least it's a lot more now, but if back in the day when I was a little bit smaller streamer, when I was getting like 5 viewers and stuff, it'd be like 1 person a day. But now it's at least 3 times a day people are asking me about the information about Classic Maplestory. There's a lot of attention. There's not a lot, but there's definitely interest and attention around the game. 미군 애들이랑 있으면서 배운 스페니쉬가 뿌또랑 뿌따밖에 없음. 이제 남자들끼리 모이면 뭐 무슨 말 하겠습니까? 다 욕부터 가르치고 그러죠. 뿌또 뿌따. 타코도 배워야죠. 타코. 타코, 메구스타. 되게 간단한 거. I think more people will play than they think, especially internationally in Asia, considering how big Maplestory was in 2000s, even in the US, similar to OSRS and Classic WoW. I believe so too. 맞아, bonita 배우죠, bonita. I believe so too. I was telling people that I think when the game initially launches, the servers might blow up. Just like how it did in both. I don't know about OSRS, but I know what happened in Classic WoW, where the server kind of blew up and it took forever people to like initially get into the game or play the game in general. I do think that will happen in the initial day. And you're right in that the game is a lot bigger than most people think. This game, people in countries that I've never even heard of were playing this game. When it first came out in the early to mid to late 2000s and early 2010s. Sometimes I watch videos on YouTube and I'm like, that country played Maplestory? What? I didn't even know they had a server. And then you also hear about people from different countries that say, oh yeah, I played. Like, people from Romania apparently played Maplestory in the NA server or EU servers. I would have never guessed that. I would have never assumed. I would have never imagined that Maplestory was that big. I just thought it really released in Korea, Japan, China, and US. And I think one Spanish server later on. But I thought that was it. I thought that was it because only those countries played that game, played Maplestory. But so many people around the world were playing Maplestory and trying to get into either the NA server or South American server or European servers. So the game was huge back in the day. So, there's going to be direct translation to that, meaning there's going to be like a lot of anticipation and people waiting. 저도 미국인 친구가 메이플 했었다고 해서 놀랬다. 미국 서버도 있고 일본 서버도 있고 중국 서버도 있고 다양한 서버가 많아요. 근데 그 서버에 있는 나라의 사람들만 게임을 한 게 아니라 뭐 로마니아나 아니면 우크라이나 이런 나라들도 유럽 서버를 통해 가지고 메이플을 했다고 하더라고요. 나는 메이플이 그 정도로 큰지 상상도 못했었는데 다른 내가 들어보지도 못한 나라에서 나 메이플 스토리 안다, 메이플 스토리 했다 이런 거 들으면 굉장히 신기하긴 하죠. To be honest, I have high expectations for the population of Classic. A lot of people seeking nostalgia private server players, yeah. But one thing is the private server is pretty much, you're cannibalizing one community. So once, when Classic Maplestory comes out, I'm sure a lot of people from Maple Royals, Maple Legends, and Artale, all these players are gonna flock to it. But later on, it's going to, it's gonna cannibalize each other. And maybe Maplestory, probably Maplestory Classic will have the highest player base because it's an official server by Nexon. But if they go the wrong way, then, Maple Legends will start cannibalizing the Maple Classic. Maple Royals will start cannibalizing. They'll all take a chunk out of the same pie. 메이플이 진짜 갓겜이긴 하다. 맞아요. I hope servers are named Barra and Scania. Me too. Barra and Scania was good. The only thing I can see killing Classic is Nexon being Nexon and getting greedy. Yeah, if they release like gachas or cubing or battle passes, imagine if they release battle passes. 좀 재밌는 이야기 없냐고요? 어떤 이야기를 해볼까요? 수치가 뭔가요? 어떤 얘기를 해야지? 좀 재밌는 얘기가 무슨 얘기가 있을까? Oh god, please no cubes. Yeah, no cubes. If they bring back cubes, then we're gonna know it's blatant, right? It's gonna be one of those blatant approaches, going for your wallet. Can't have that. 트위치요? 트위치도 방송하고 있습니다. But apparently the classic team is separate from the main team at Nexon Korea, so hopefully they can distance themselves from the Korean whale gaming culture. Yeah, there's whales in both West and East. But not making the game, not developing the game revolving around whales is definitely a good thing. 해외에도 메이플랜드 같은 서버 있냐고요? 아르테일이라는 서버가 있는데 그렇게 재밌지는 않아요, 솔직히. 거의 다 사람들이 솔플만 하고 우리 한국 서버에서 좀 하는 것처럼 모여서 하면 재밌을 텐데 사람들이 그런 걸 사람들이 아니라 글로벌 서버에는 그런 문화가 없어서 좀 지루하긴 해요, 육성하는데. 한국에 있는 아르테일이랑 다른 건가? 한국에도 아르테일이 있나요? 난 몰랐는데. 한국에는 메이플랜드고 미국에는 아르테일 아닌가? 아르테일이 그리고 약간 버그가 많기도 해요. 메이플랜드도 버그가 많은데 메이플랜드도 잠버그가 있기는 한데 아르테일이 더 많아요. 아, 아르테일이 먼저 나오고 그 다음에 메이플랜드가 나왔다. 아, 그런가? 그러면 북미에 있는 아르테일과 한국에 있는 아르테일과 똑같은 건가? 어차피 메이플 월드 건데 한국 거랑 나눌 이유가 없다. 한국말 왜 잘하냐고요? 한국에서 살다 왔어요. 아, 이제 쩔 그만 받아야 될 것 같아요. 나 부담돼. 좀 찾아보니까 같은 아르테일인데 한국 서버랑 해외 서버가 나눠져 있다. 아, 그렇게 되는 거구나. 아르테일을 해보면 아실 거예요. 그럼 굉장히 그 버그가 메이플랜드보다 많다는 게 느껴지고 뭔가 완성도가 덜 떨어지는 느낌. 혼혈이신가요? 네, 혼혈이십니다. 혼혈입니다. 혼혈이십니다가 아니라 혼혈입니다. 마인탕님 자꾸 모르는 단어 써서 나 뭘 하는지 모르겠어. 이질? 이질이 뭐야? 어색? Half blood? UI가 weird하다. 맞아요. I'm torn whether I want a true classic experience or significant quality of life and rebalances. What do you think? I think keeping the way the game is and then just adding little quality of life changes that already exist in Mapleland would be good. Like, I think pets are a really great system to the quality of life. I'm okay with pets. I'm also okay with the megaphones, and I'm trying to think what else I would be okay with. And what I know what I wouldn't be okay with. I wouldn't be okay with the 2 experience coupons. I'm not too fond of, like, that just feels too heavy. That feels too heavy on the pay to win side. I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want teleportation rocks. I think people will just buy that and, you know, use it for convenience all the time. People are not gonna like use it here and there. They'll probably just use it all the time, and they're not gonna be able to make it into a convenience thing. It'll just be a mandatory thing because everybody's using it. Pet auto buffs, auto all cure pet vac pets. No, I think the simple HP and MP keeping auto potting is to the extent that I would want. I don't even want item magnet, meso magnet. I just want how it was. Essentially, like the pets can, if you stay still, pets can move around you and grab stuff. And they can auto loot auto pot with HP and MP. But I've seen, like, if you look at Chrono Story, it has a monster magnet type of effect. I'm not too fond of that. I'm not too fond of that one. I think it becomes too passive. Rebalances. I think rebalances. I'm gonna go in with an open mind, and we're gonna see how the game is. You know, how it plays out. I don't want to make too fast judgments on the game. I don't think the game needed rebalancing. But you know, I think Ohanbir developer said it's a different approach to the game. It's not supposed to be a one-to-one similarity to old school Maplestory, but it's a reattempt. You know, that's what he said. So 샤오님 안녕하세요. 여기 잘 오르나요? 망둥이에서 경쿠를 쓰시네요. 원래 샤오님하고 남둥 가서 쓰려고 아끼고 있었는데 오늘 들어오시는지 안 들어오시는지 몰라가지고 망둥이에 온 김에 그냥 태워버렸습니다. 그래도 잘 먹는 것 같아요, 경험치. I think the simplicity of old school Maplestory could attract a lot of new players. Modern MMOs are so complicated that it's hard to get into. Yeah. If you look at modern MMOs now, it's way too overwhelming, right? When you first get in, especially if the MMO has some age on it, but even if it doesn't have any age on it, it's still very overwhelming nowadays when they first make a game. And it's a huge barrier that you have to get through, essentially learning a whole 50-page PDF or like there's a lot of reading involved when you try to learn or play a new game. It's a lot. You have to learn the in-game systems and how the game is played. And you have to understand like how, you know, there's a lot of mats going on, especially nowadays with MMOs and crafting. And if it's simple, it's fine. And I think depending on how the UI is and how the developers build a game around it really makes a huge difference. But still, it's not that, you know, it's not that user friendly. It's not that first time noob friendly. And a game like RuneScape is easy to get into because you don't have 50 million things that you need to like really learn in the beginning of the game. And it's very simple. It's very simple and easy to get into. It's not hard at all. And I think that's what makes RuneScape also popular, is the simplicity of the game. Classic WoW too. I think it's the simplicity that draws people in. But unfortunately, a lot of MMOs that get made in like post 2020 era, there's so much developer intent. It wants you to go here, it wants you to go there, it wants you to do dailies, it wants you to do weeklies. There's a battle pass within the game that you can complete. There's also events going on, and there's just so many things that takes you, it almost it feels like a chore, and it takes away a true exploration experience of you kind of going out there in an MMO and exploring and figure things out on your own. And I think the biggest factor is the the developer canvas player painter type of relationship. Developers push out a canvas of content, and the community gets together and paints on that canvas, creating a subculture within a game on how to level, where to be, what's efficient, what's not, what's some alternative things you could do, and it's the community that makes the game great. And Maplestory definitely has that. And once the classic comes out and people can understand the charm and actually experience the charm, I think that will get people hooked. 어제 방송 안 하시길래 경쿠 다 사라지신 줄. 어제는 방송 쉬는 날이었어요. 플랑크님이랑 같이 할 수 있어서 좋아 보인다. 네, 플랑크님이 힐을 주시면 굉장히 편해요. 홀리신보라고. Are you using Maple World Translator? No, I'm not. I'm not sure what that is. 아, 내가 너무 방송 사람들과 대화하느라 마인탕님 신경을 못 써주고 있네. 플랑크님하고. 아, 너무 수고가 많으십니다, 마인탕님. 이렇게까지 안 해주셔도 되는데 힘들어 보여요, 너무. 와, 113인데 잘 오른다. 그러게요, 113인데도 잘 오르네요. 이 정도면 잘 오르죠? 득템 나왔는데 2개나 먹었네? 이거 플랑크님이랑 반띵 할게요. 한국어를 잘하신다. 돈 많으신가 보네, 플랑크님. 바쁘신가봐. 한국어 잘하신다고요? 네, 한국에서 중학교까지 졸업하고 미국에 온 한국인입니다. 안녕하세요, 조니님은 본 메이플도 해보셨나요? 본 메이플 했습니다. 2000년도 중후반에. 용기사 하나를 키우려면 온 마을이 필요하다. 나는 이 말을 좋아한다. 용기사가 좀 비싸긴 하죠. 육성을 하는데 돈이 많이 들고. 일단 적자 사냥을 해야 된다는 게 좀 아쉽긴 해요. 1케어를 받으면 모르는데. 이제 망둥이 자리값 많이 싸져서 이런 것도 가능하다. 아마 마인탕님이 여기 자리 사셨을 거예요. 제 길드원 부마 길드님인데 1시간 해주고 싶다고 하셔서 감사히 달려왔습니다. 근데 좀 부담이 되기는 하네요. 미안하고. 지금은 미국이냐고요? 지금 미국입니다. 용기사는 슈퍼카 느낌 대신 연비가. 아 그래요? 저는 약간 걸레하는 제니터 같은 느낌인데, 대걸레질하는. 근데 비올더스 힐링하고 버프 같은 거 받기 시작하면 괜찮지 않을까. 근데 또 보니까 최근 거기 출시된 뉴리프 시티 맵 지금 고래분들이 연구하고 계시잖아요. 거기서 파사를 시작하게 되면은 나중에 돈 많이 깨질 것 같기는 해요. 또 비홀더스 힐링으로 불화둥은 커버가 된다고 해도 거기는 뭔가 안 될 것 같아서. 잠시만요. 오케이. 죄송합니다. 뻥 있습니다. 힐 없으면 죽나? 아, 뭐 뻥 없으면 죽나? 뻥이 엄청 필요하죠, 프리스트는. 그러고 보니 힐 때문에 적자는 안 난다. 남둥이면 쭈바 1200개인데 맞아요. 적자가 안 나서 참 좋은 것 같기는 해요. 그래도 처음 남둥이 시작할 때는 쭈쭈바 한 1150개? 거의 2000개, 1200개 썼는데 어느 정도 하다 보니까 이게 1100개로 떨어지고 1000개로 떨어지고 마지막으로 샤오님이랑 했을 때 한 900개 쓴 것 같아요, 한 시간에. 그렇게 많이 다르게 하는 것 같지도 않은데 레벨이 좀 올라서 그런지 미스가 안 떠서 그런가? 잘 모르겠는데 덜 먹게 되더라고요, 쭈쭈바를. 심심한 놀이, 재밌는 놀이, 심심할 때 하는. Brother, do you live in the US? Yes, I do. I live in the US of A. 숙련도랑 레벨 차이 그런 것 같아요. Where in the US, if you don't mind me asking? In the East Coast. 그러고 보니 담배는 안 하시나 보네요. 담배 안 합니다. 군대 다닐 때 한 1년 정도 폈는데 거기서 이제 그 기침하는 것과 그런 게 너무 신경이 많이 쓰여서 1년 정도 피고 끊었어요. You use VPN. I live in Arizona and it's so annoying that I need to use VPN. Yes, I do. I need to use VPN to log in. I also need to have a Korean social security number, a Korean phone number attached to that Korean social security number. And I need to, I think those three things are the major ones. If you can get those three things, then you can play Maple Land. But most people can't. You know, and I don't recommend you guys like buying a Korean social security number with a phone attached in the black market. Too many things can go wrong. I just wouldn't recommend it, you know. I know it sucks, but for now you just have to play Artale and Chrono Story just to get by until classic Maplestory comes out. 저는 담배 냄새도 힘들어서 입에 대는 것조차도 힘들다. I am playing Maple Land because I am Korean, so that's why I have no friends in Maple Land. Oh, I see. So you must be a Korean American living in Arizona. 유학생이었다가 결혼해서 여기 산다. 나 그러면 뭐 한국 사람이 미국 와서 사는 거죠? 메이플랜드 뭐 유학을 언제 오셨는지 모르겠지만 예전에 뭐 지내던 친구들이나 친척들이랑 같이 게임하면 좋고, 그리고 메이플이 좋은 게임이 게임에서 친구 만드는 게 굉장히 쉬워요. 사람을 만나서 얘기도 하고 친분도 쌓고 하다 보면 정도 들고, 메이플랜드에서 친구 만드는 거 추천드립니다. 노래 좀 바꿔볼까요? 다른 노래도 있는데. 대부분 담배는 군대에서 배운다고 하시는데, 네, 맞는 것 같아요. 군대에서 이제 많은 애들이 피니까, 같이 어울리는 애들이 피니까, 그러면서 또 호기심을 갖게 되고 펴보고 싶고. 유학생으로 오셔서 결혼하신 다음에 사시는 분들, 제 친척 형도 그랬거든요. 그 형은 H1 워킹 비자인가? 뭐 그런 걸로 와가지고 잠깐 와서 일하다가 학생 비자로 왔다. 학생 비자로 와서 맞아. 유학생으로 와서 불법으로 일을 하다가 거기서 이제 미국계 한국인 분을 만나서 그분이랑 결혼하려고 이제 결혼 준비하고 있다고 얘기를 들었는데, 우리 친척 형도 그렇게 시민권자가 된 걸로 알고 있거든요. 그러는 분들이 좀 많은가 보다, 그쵸? 이제 제 인생에서 버지니아 하면 조니 TV로 각인될 듯. 그 정도인가요? You still smoke cigs? I do not. I quit after, I think I started in 2014 or maybe 2015, and then I smoked for about a year and then I quit. Yeah, there's so many. There's a lot of people that do that. I think it's smart, right? It's a smart way to do it. Was it hard to quit, or nicotine just not unthinkable? It was hard to quit for the initial month. I think it was pretty hard. It definitely was nice when I was smoking. I used to love smoking in the rain. I don't know, just something about the rain makes the smoking experience so much better. And I did enjoy it while I was smoking, but what I think, like, I was too conscious of my health, especially in my early 20s. I was a workout freak, and you know, I was like right in the heat of my military career, and I just wanted to be fit and healthy, and I picked up smoking because my friends were doing it and it looked cool, honestly. So I gave it a try, and I did it for about a year. And then, like, I could tell that, you know, I could tell initially too, but I realized that this wasn't going to be good for me overall. And then I tried to quit 2 times, and then I got it on my second time. And after a while, I just don't think about it anymore. I don't even think about it. You got Instagram account for streaming? I actually want to learn streaming, but I don't know how to stream with the VPN on. Well, you don't have to play the game with the VPN on. You can turn the VPN on to log in, and then once you're in, you can turn the VPN off. How do I find and download it to play though? I don't think you can unless you have a Korean social security number with a Korean phone number, and you also have to have a live active subscription with a VPN provider. So there's too many hurdles that you have to get through in order to play the game, and it's just not worth it if you're an Eastern audience, or if you're a Westerner or a foreigner. It's not worth it to go through that and try to get those from the black market. It's probably not safe, you know. But Classic Maplestory is coming out soon, so you have something to look forward to, right? 그래도 이게 다 방송을 하면서 모르는 분들이 당연히 오시고 또 처음 들어보시는 분들이니까 계속 설명을 해줘야죠. 새로 오시는 분들이니까. When it punches the back of your throat. Things are great when drunk. Pause. Hold on. Let's edit that. But you can't change the channel with the VPN on. No, you can't change the channel with the VPN off. You have to change the channel with the VPN on, and moving continents. So anytime the server knocks you out and you have to re-log in, you have to turn the VPN on. 그만큼 하고 싶으시다는 거지. After seeing this, my cleric feels pretty bad. I guess it's time to re-roll as a spearman. The clerics are good too. It can get very boring. You have to enjoy being a support and not the main character, but the main side character, right? You have to be a person that enjoys doing that to play the support and the cleric. Is there a reason why you don't train with Dragon Roar all the time? One, it's kind of boring. It's kind of boring to use Dragon Roar all the time, and I like to I like to feel the in-game physics at the tip of my hand. So when I use jump, spear buster on mobs, there's some little micromanaging that's going on at the tip of my fingers when I'm actually grinding the sheeps. I have to position myself better to hit 3 of them with 3 lines, or at least 2. And those little engagements, like, sometimes are more fun to not only to play, but the fun to watch from the viewer's perspective too. So I could just sit here and press roar all day, and that's what I'm doing here because my guild members has offered me to come here and essentially leech me. But after a while, just holding down one button to do everything, I don't know if if I can actually call that playing Maplestory. I wouldn't want that to be the core playstyle of the game. Let's just say it's nice to enjoy here and there, and it's fun. or not fun, it's chill and relaxing, and I can probably do a lot more. I have more liberty to like either watch YouTube or on my phone or to read chat and stuff. But to do this all the time would, you know, you're challenging the status quo at the game in that moment of what it means to play Maplestory and what it means to party grind. It's changing it too much and it kind of gets boring after a while. It looks nice, right? It looks easy. It's very convenient, easy, and relaxing, but after a while it gets very boring. I need some water. Stay hydrated. Exactly, man. You want to game a long time, you gotta stay hydrated. Yeah, well, this is... I'm actually underwater, so I'll be fine, but this is seawater. Don't you know if you drink seawater, you actually get more dehydrated? You're already in underwater. Yeah, but this is seawater. This is salt water. You can't drink salt water. How much do I need? Almost 114. 6 more levels to 120. There's another channel that I like. Try this one. 90%까지만 올리고 90%까지만 올리고 90%까지만 90%까지만 올릴까요? 너무 오래 하는 것 같은데. 가서 파티 사냥하는 모습도 보여주면 좀 좋긴 한데 숲가라면은 딱 업하는 타이밍이라. 그럼 플랑크님 업할 때까지. 오케이. 플랑크님 100대시네. 이 숟갈 일망중. 그래도 여기 은근히 잘 오르는데요? 경험치 쿠폰 잘 태운 것 같아요. 남둥이 1시간 경험치 쿠폰 쓰면 아마 90%? 80% 정도 오르는데 여기 지금 경험치 쿠폰 써서 한 50% 정도 먹은 것 같으니까 괜찮게 얻은 것 같아요. 경험치 나쁘지 않게. 숟갈 하시면 저도 갈게요. 오케이 콜. 여기 끝내고 아마 제가 IW님 한 번도 본 적이 없는 것 같은데 게임 내에서 같이 숟갈 하면 좋을 것 같아요. 어제 원래 제가 일요일에는 영상을 제작하고 최대한 작업을 많이 해서 그 쇼츠 같은 거 내보내려고 하려고 그런 거 손 많이 보고 하는 그런 시간을 가지려고 하는데 일요일날 최근 들어서 그 Arc Raiders이라는 게임이 출시됐거든요. 미국에서. 근데 너무 재밌던데요. 메이플이랑 확 다른 느낌? 메이플은 약간 잔잔히 성장하는 느낌이 있다면 Arc Raiders는 성장하는 느낌이 있으면서도 굉장히 fast-paced한 게임플레이. 그 두 개를 어떻게 잘 캡처를 해서 게임을 만들어서 내보냈는데 굉장히 재밌더라고요. Arc Raiders. If any of you are playing Arc Raiders, that's a gem of a game right there for $30. And you know what I'm talking. It's fun, man. Like I've been playing for a few days. And at first I couldn't really get into it. 불화는 프리분이 필요하시려나 플랑크님은 불화 안 하실 거예요 아마. I played Arc Raiders for a few days, and man, at first it was really hard to get into because, you know, I'm not gonna lie, it was a bit overwhelming at first, and I didn't understand what I'm supposed to do, what the concept of the game is, etc. But after a while, once it clicked and what I'm supposed to do, once I figured out, okay, so this is what you're supposed to be doing. This is kind of like the core gameplay. I've been having such a blast with that game. I think yesterday I stayed up. I stayed up until like 2 a.m. playing it. And then the day before, I've been playing with my friends and my brother, Jimmy. And we just go 3-man and, you know, like, it's just a blast to play. 아크레이더는 미래형 타르코프다. 타르코프 해본 적이 없어서 비슷하다는 얘기는 들었어요. 넥슨의 자회사가 만들었다는데요. 온 세상이 넥슨이다. 넥슨 게임 진짜 잘 만든 것 같아요. 그 마비노기도 그렇고 마비노기도 굉장히 재밌게 했고 옛날에 드래곤 네스트라는 게임이 존재했거든요. 드래곤 네스트도 굉장히 재밌게 했고 뭐 크레이지 아케이드부터 시작해서 Q&Q도 재밌었고 그쵸? 모든 게임이 다 재밌었어요 넥슨. The more I see Arc Raiders, the more I want to get it. Arc Raiders is fun. It's a good game for the cost. I mean, actually it's a really great game for the cost. We need to support game industries that are more like that won't charge you $80 for a game and then release a battle pass with it. But game companies that release games like Elden Ring, obviously Firm Software, and then I don't know I don't know what company made Arc Raiders, but I would go. We need to support game industries like that. It's so much fun. For the price too, it's a steal. The graphics are good, the sound quality is good, the gameplay is fun. 드래곤 네스트 아시는구나. 드래곤 네스트 알죠? 드래곤 네스트도 굉장히 재밌는 게임이었는데 근데 드래곤 네스트는 왜 그 중국에서 굉장히 떴다고 하는데 한국에서는 거의 실패작 아닌가요? I agree. Devs like that are super rare. Yep. 엘든링 처음 했을 때로 돌아가고 싶다. 아 저도요. 엘든링 처음 했을 때 정말 재밌었는데 진짜. 아 아크레이더스. 와. Arc Raiders was published by Nexon, or not published, but made by Nexon. That's crazy. I'm telling you, Nexon, they know their games now. 넥슨이 대단하긴 하네요, 그쵸? 드래곤 네스트 경쟁 게임이 드래곤 네스트도 굉장히 잘 만들어진 막 레이드 있고 보스 있고 그리고 어려운 던전 있고 굉장히 재밌었거든요. 근데 아쉽게도 메이플이나 던전처럼 뜨지 않아서 거의 서비스 종료가 된 게임이죠. 미래에 묻혀버린 곱게 늙지 못한. 메이플 스토리는 알아도 외국에 사시는 분들이 드래곤 네스트를 들어본 적이 드래곤 네스트가 북미에도 출시가 됐었는데 드래곤 네스트 해봤냐고 물어봤을 때 거의 90%는 모른다고 해요. 그 메이플 스토리는 그래도 한 이제 게이머다? 그럼 메이플 스토리 하면 많이 아시는 분들이 많은데 드래곤 네스트는 그에 반면 거의 몰라요 사람들이. 외국에 사는 사람들이. The game is published by Nexon. The studio is Embark Studios based in. 아 아크레이더스에 넥슨이 만든 게 아니라 출시 published 한국말로 뭐라고 하지? 문서다. 넥슨 회사가 출시한 게임 만들어진 거는 엠바크 스튜디오고 누가 먹었지? 내가 먹었나? 귀체. 자회사 자체를 넥슨이 만든 거다. 하여튼 게임이 굉장히 재밌어요. 정말 잘 만든 것 같아요, 게임. 만든 사람이 정말 머리를 많이 써서 정말 예리하게 게임을 잘 만든 것 같아요, 진짜. 내가 타르코프를 안 해보고 그런 종류의 게임을 처음 접해봐서 그런 건지 모르겠지만 그런 게임을 extraction looter이라고 부르던데, 종류를. 정말 괜찮은 컨셉인 것 같아요. extraction looter. extraction shooter? looter? Something like that. 빡빡. 아, 이런 몇 시간에, 한 2시간? 1시간 반? 천만원 1시간 1000만원이래. 1000만 경험치 1시간 45분 2배 썼으니까 처음 1시간에 계산을 어떻게 해야 되는 거야? 모르겠다. 1000만 올랐으면 진짜 많이 오르긴 했네요. 그쵸? Dark Knight or Hero? Which one do you recommend? I would recommend Hero. I would say Hero, and part of that reason is because I have this feeling right now in the one of the most gruesome part of leveling, bandwidth of level, 110 to 120 is really difficult. And when I see a Crusader, I always think like, I wish I could have played Crusader. Or I look at the hero in my guild right now that's helping me, and I see him use Brandish, and it looks really fun. It looks really cool. There's a unique combo that heroes have, which is rush, brandish, brandish combo, and I think it's very fun. It looks extremely engaging and fun. My guild member saying don't play hero, play Dark Knight. But that's because he's a hero. He wants to play Dark Knight. I think it really depends on what type of playstyle you're looking for. I think heroes do more damage post 160. So if you want to be stronger, a stronger version in the warrior class, then I would say hero. But that's if your aim is, you know, you're gonna play a long time. Eventually, heroes will outdamage Dark Knights. But where you'll have the most fun with Dragon Knights is probably from level 70 to 100. And after that, it's all about just passive. You will learn stance, you learn rush, but after that, it's just all passive buffs, enhancing your attack. Whereas heroes, you actually learn a new attack ability in the 4th job advancement. I've always loved seeing heroes. I think the combo system is cool looking. Yeah, it looks really nice, right? Very pretty. And the whole, it's much more engaging too than Dark Knights. So I like that part. They have something, although minor, they have something to micromanage, which are their combos. You can either pop them or, you know, continue to stack them for elevated attack. And it's the small micromanaging that's going on within the class that Dark Knights don't really have, really. Dark Knights just use Spear Buster, that's about it. He wants me to let you guys know that heroes, there's a hard part about, I mean, he wants me to tell you guys that you have to use Power Strike, essentially, all the way up until 4th job. And it's true, but when you get 3rd job, combo, you can get combo attack, which you can micromanage and also pop, and it adds a little bit of a spice to your gameplay. Nothing too substantial or drastic, but it does add an element of complexity into your rotation. 그래도 히어로는 파워 스트라이크를 써도 3차가 되면 콤보 어택 배우면서 콤보 어택 관리하는 거에 신경을 쓰면서 뭐 패닉을 쓸지 코마를 쓸지 올라가면서 하는 그 재미가 파워 스트라이크만 쓰는 것과는 약간 다르게 좀 재미가 있기는 하죠. 3차를 하면 2차에서 그러니까 1차에서 파워 스트라이크 배우고 70까지는 거의 파워 스트라이크 보고 80까지 거의 파워 스트라이크를 아니 한 70까지는 파워 스트라이크를 쓰고 그 뒤로는 이제 콤보 어택이 들어오니까 약간 내가 먹는 음식에 소스를 뿌리는 그 정도의 느낌? I feel like Power Strike is way better than having Lucky 7 almost your entire job for Assassin. Yes. But you know, in your 3rd job advancement you get Shadow Partner. And it's essentially 2 different skills. Once you get Shadow Partner, your Lucky 7 isn't just Lucky 7. It's a whole different skill with different level of gameplay, right? It's a lot more engaging when you have Shadow Partner. It's kind of like double shots for archers, but instead of getting a Shadow Partner in the back, they get Strafe, the skill Strafe, which shoots the enemy 4 times. But in correlation with the class identity, they gave the Hermit and the Ranger their own skill, which allows them to hit 4 times, and they did a really good job with that. And once you learn Shadow Partner, Lucky 7 isn't Lucky 7. It might as well just be called a whole different skill, you know? And then you learn Triple Throw, and Shadow Partner with Triple Throw is one. one of the most satisfying skills to use as well. Feels very nice to use that. They get a hawk, yeah. Rangers also get a hawk, which stuns enemies. 칼을 100만 번 휘두른 끝에 경지에 올라서 브랜디시라는 검술의 달인이 되는 컨셉. 맞아요. 오, I like that concept. 멋있는 컨셉인 것 같아요. 브랜디시를 배우면 정말 이제 물론 160인 마인탕님은 하도 오래 쓰시고 계속 쓰시니까 이제 질릴만도 한데 브랜디시 그래도 재밌는 것 같아요. 다크나이트 하다가 히어로를 하다가 다크나이트를 하면 굉장히 무겁고 둔하고 재미없을 것 같은데 나는 오히려 다크나이트를 하다가 히어로를 하게 되면 뭔가 개운하고 시원하고 그럴 것 같아요. 재밌고. 실제로 그런 컨셉이긴 하다. Why don't you have NX cash? I just haven't taken any interest in it lately. Like up until now, I didn't feel the need, or I didn't have any yearning to. I didn't have any yearning to put NX cash on or anything like that. I also like the original item set that the game gives you. The armor set by Warrior, the Warrior armor set looks really nice, and I like the color scheme and everything. 파스 타격감도 솔직히 나쁘지 않다. 맞아. 파스 타격감도 지금 시프를 키우고 있어서 아는데 파이널 스트라이커의 그 타격감이 정말 좋기는 한 것 같아요. 괜찮고. 와, 득템 많이 나오네 여기. 코디요? 아니요, 안 해도 돼요. 감사하지만 마음만 받겠습니다. 그리고 솔직히 별로 관심이 없어요. 코디 하기도 귀찮고. 정말 나중에 하면 몰라도 지금은 별로 관심이 없어요. 파이널 스트라이크가 그 사냥을 하면서 정말 파이널 스트라이크 때문에 스피어맨 70까지 키울 수 있었던 것 같아요. 파이널 스트라이크의 파이널 스트라이크의 뭐랄까, 리드미컬한 사냥이 아니라 약간 엇박자 나올 때도 있고, 뭔가 기대치 않는데 나갈 때도 있고, 그런, 한국말로 설명하기 굉장히 어렵네. 하여튼 파이널 스트라이크를 쓰면서 사냥을 하면서 굉장히 재밌게 사냥했던 것 같아요. 그게 일정 확률로 발동되는 스킬이다 보니까 사냥 방식도 사냥이 약간 좀 unpredictable, 이 단어가 지금 생각이 안 나는데, 예상이 안 되는 그런 면에서 파워 스트라이크가 발동이 되니까 예측 불가능하다. 예측 불가능한 그 사냥 방식이 좀 더 재미를 보태지 않았나라고 생각합니다. 그렇네. 그래서 글로벌 서버에서는 파워 스트라이크 그 파이널 어택이 대부분 3차 하고 나면, 그리고 또 이제 4차 하고 나면 확정되는 게 파워 스트라이크는 더 이상 쓰지를 않잖아요. 그래서 글로벌 서버에서는 무슨 이게 사냥하면서 발동이 되고, 그 발동이 되는 시기에 몇 초 이내에 파워 스트라이크 버튼을 누르면 공격이 한 번 더 나가는 뭐 그런 식으로 출시한다고 들었는데, 그런 식으로 변경돼서. 근데 그게 그렇게 될지, 그게 얼마나 그게 맞는 길인지 한번 지켜봐야 할 것 같아요. 너무 피곤하지 않을까요? 내가 볼 땐 파워 스트라이크가 10%의 확률로 발동된다고 해도 퍼센티지를 맞추는 게 굉장히 중요할 것 같은데, 1%로 발동이 되면 그거 보느라 다른 거도 거의 아무것도 못 볼 것 같고, 발동되나 안 되나 보는데, 50%나 뭐 이제 좀 더 높게 하면은 50%나 좀 더 높게 하면은 그것도 이제 그것만 누르느라 다른 거 신경 못 쓸 것 같고, 진짜 많이 피곤할 것 같기는 해요. 그렇게 출시되면. 업하겠다 이제 조금 있으면. 히어로들의 시큰둥한 모습. 마인탕님 업하셨나? 160이 되셨나? 106, 업 축하. 160이 되셨네. 누구 업했나요? 마인탕님 얘기한 건데. 확실히 로어 사냥이 편하긴 한데 많이 지루하긴 하네요. 와, 내가 플랑크님보다 더 잘 오르네. 그렇긴 하구나. 맞아, hin경을 먹으니까. 그리고 이거 뭐 패치돼서 데미지 들어간 만큼 비례해가지고 경험치 먹는다고 하던데. 그것도 아마 관련이 있겠죠? 경심은 같다. 죽어라 이 폭렬 망둥이 집. 잠시 물 좀 떠올게요. Wow, this CXP looks pretty good. Yeah, this is I am getting a special treatment because I'm a streamer right now. Let me go get some water real quick. I'll be right back. Back. 왔습니다. 죄송합니다. 오래 걸렸죠? How does special treatment work? I don't know. When you're a streamer, I guess people want to, you know, they get to know you a little bit. They join your stream and they see, and you know, some people think I'm fascinating because I'm Korean American and I'm playing Maple Land, speaking Korean and English, and people want to just help in their own way. People want to share the love and spread the love. Dragon Thresher is now mastered. Everything essential is essentially mastered. I can use Power Crash now, starting next level. 이제는 스래셔 써도 예, 알겠습니다. Congrats on 114. Thank you. Oh, what are they doing for me in the game? So Mr. Flank here has been playing with me for a while. He's just kind of been helping me, giving me holy symbol in any party setting that I kind of go, either in my main character or secondary character. And having holy symbol makes a big difference. Oh, 깜짝이야. And then my guild member right there, the hero, he's going around killing all the gobi houses and bringing the gobies to me. It's essentially a leech system that exists in KMS. It costs a lot of money, and I would normally not get it unless it was a special treatment. It's free. I do not have enough meso to get this type of leech. Rats, thank you. Are you making another DK in Classic? No, I'm going to be playing with my buddies, and because they're gonna be all new to Maplestory, I'm gonna let them pick which classes they want to play based on aesthetics, and I'll pick a character that revolves around the characters that they pick. Essentially elevating their gaming experience and their experience with Maplestory. So if nobody plays a cleric, I will go ahead and play a cleric, and I'll play maybe a crossbowman on my off time alone. But if somebody plays a cleric and nobody plays a crossbowman, I want to play crossbowman. But there's gonna be a lot of changes, right? Well, I say a lot, but there's gonna be significant amount of changes that each class might feel different. But I think once we get a grasp of once we get more information about how each class has changed, then we can probably decide then what class we would like to play instead. Hey, you're making a crossbowman too. Marksman squad. Nice, dude. Marksmans are fun. I love their whole crossbow aesthetic. I love the weapons. An OG classic definitely was. Crossbowman was the worst class, arguably so, back in the day, yeah. 공짜 좋아하면 대머리 된다는 말이 있다. 아, 그래요? 그런 말도 있구나. 처음 들어봐요. I'm either going fire poison or bandit in classic. I think those are two solid picks. I have a feeling they're gonna get some good buffs, though I'm willing to take the chance giving all the changes they're making. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a fun class, man. Regardless if they make major changes or not. I think marksmen are a lot more engaging than bowmasters, and you know, marksmen also get the great party buff Sharp Eyes. So if you're not min-maxing damage or you know whatever it is, it's okay to play marksmen. Marksmen are fun too. Hello. I'm gonna go Paladin and Shadower. A lot of people playing off-meta classes. I love that. A lot of people are thinking about playing Shadower. Paladin I haven't heard. This is the first time I've heard of Paladin. That's really cool. Fire Poison are gonna be really good though. They got some insane buffs. Yep, I agree. You play anything except Fire Poison? Gotta give everything a try, right? I've never played Fire Poison Mage either. It just never sat well with me. Their kit and their playstyle. 외국인이 메이플랜드를 하네. 외국인이 아니라 한국 사람입니다. Actually, now that you said that, I'd be willing to try Paladin in Classic. Paladins are insanely good at making sure they don't spend money grinding. Like, it doesn't cost a lot of money to play Paladins. Archers now don't have close combat weakness already in second job. Archers now don't have close combat weakness already in second job. They don't even need knockback anymore. Did they take the bow whacking away? Is that confirmed? I just look at it like this. Regardless of the nerfs assassins and clerics got, chances are the server is still going to be majority bishop and knight lord, so I just don't want to follow the majority. I agree with you. I'm kind of similar. I'm the same way. I just don't want to follow the majority. And you know, because knight lords and bishops have such a huge, I guess, aura, when and also like a lot of like a context. 잠시만요. 익숙하대요. 아, 외국인이라는 말을 들으면 좀 소외감이 드냐고요? 아니요, 별로 그렇진 않은데. 늘 들어왔던 말이라 그렇진 않아요. 상관없어요. 외국인이라고 해서 좋아하시는 분들도 있고 싫어하시는 분들도 있어서 그거는 뭐 내가 한국 사람이던 외국인이던 혼혈이던 한국 사람이어도 뭐 다른 이유 때문에 나를 안 좋아할 수도 있는 거고 그렇게 생각하기 때문에 그렇게 크게 신경 쓰이지는 않아요. The archers, yeah, the weapon mastery of archers removes whacking. Man, they're gonna take bow whacking away, huh? We'll see how it feels, guys. Most of you know my stance, which is that I think keeping the bow whacking was part of the archer's identity and gave a level of complexity to archer's playstyle. But removing it maybe is just for convenience, or maybe they're playing like 4D chess ahead of me for the future, or maybe for the upcoming updates, who knows. But like, I'm gonna have open mind and go into it fresh. What do you think? Grind Chronostory until classic release, or save my energy and don't get burnt off before release? I say right now, just get all your energy and all your like save up that MMO yearning feeling. Go ahead and go play something quick, something fast, something that requires a lot of your attention, and then when classic Maplestory comes out, it'll be a breath of fresh air, a change of playstyle and change of gameplay that's more relaxing and fitting. And you know, here and there, I'm sure if you guys played Classic WoW or RuneScape, or maybe you played Maplestory back in the day, I definitely functioned on a wave. So there's times when I really liked playing something quick, and I would come down, and that would get boring, and I want something more meaningful, more purposeful, and then I would play Maplestory just to feel that sense of progression, like that MMORPG feeling, and it would itch that feeling for a long time. So go ahead and play something quick right now. Build up that yearning, build up that want to play an MMO until it comes out. That would be my recommendation. Paladin and Shadow are sounds really fun, buddy. Same with claw whacking. I feel like it's a pretty decent QOL change. It kind of made Archer slow at grinding because you had to constantly reposition yourself, and monsters tend to spawn right on top of you 9 out of 10 times. I disagree, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I think early clips of classic shows archers shooting monsters up close without bow whacking. The weapon mastery of archers, yeah. We'll see how that goes, guys. Maybe it'll be fun. Maybe it'll break my mental framework on how I perceive things and how I think things, and it'll introduce me, and it'll be a learning experience for me. Maybe there's a reason why they're the game developers and I'm not. I'm hoping they focus more on the unique things for each class instead of having everything play the same. I agree. And I will say though, that means they have to rework Bowman Final Attack because it was built around bow whacking. Oh, in order to level Final Attack, you had to like what? Put 3 points into power knockback or something? Is that what you're talking about? I'm hoping they focus more on the unique things. Yeah, me too. I hope they don't rob away class identity from one another by. It's an intricate and very delicate balance and making too many drastic changes. And I think jump attacking for me is a drastic change, and adding something like that to the archers I feel like will rob the identity of not themselves. Yes, it takes away from their identity, in my opinion, of micromanaging your real estate, but it also takes away from the uniqueness of Night Lords, and I think that's the biggest one, because without being unique in a sense that you're the only class that's ranged that does jump attack other than the pirate later on, what other identity do you really have? You're just gonna be shadow partner, triple throwing the most damage. Your party buffs are at least B tier, it's not like Sharp Eyes. Messle Up and Haste might be like an A tier, Messle Up is like a B tier in my opinion. Doesn't compare to Sharp Eyes, right? I'm curious to see what their plans are to keep players engaged over a long period of time. I want to see what kind of content is in store. So I'll tell you how they do it in KMS here in Mapleland. Mapleland's been out for 2 years and they haven't released Pink Bean yet. Horntail came out about a year ago, and since then there hasn't been any major updates, but the game is still decently active. They do talk about how you know, sometimes I'll see videos on YouTube of people making content like how, oh, Mapleland is dying because it's not like getting any new updates or content updates and stuff like that. But the truth is the game is pretty healthy. And the player base is still healthy. And the reason they were able to do that is by releasing intermittently events and small updates here and there to keep the game feel alive and fresh. Give me 1 second. So I've played this game since September, and since September there was already like three events, right? There was a Christmas event which happened recently, there was a Halloween event, and then there was a 2nd year anniversary. And all those events released with limited time temporary items. And it filled in those voids and gaps where the game could pretty much feel stagnant. It allowed people to enjoy the moment in between large updates and large patches and continuously come back and participate in the event. And it's nothing crazy. You know, it wasn't like, oh, do extra content or do side content, side quests, quest line. It's none of that for event. It's essentially what they do is they release events that elevate your everyday playstyle. So let's say you log into Maplestory and your routine is you have 2 hours before you go to bed for the day, and you get in a party and you party grind for an hour, and then you farm for the rest of, like, I don't know, 40 minutes, because you have to farm in 1 hour intervals here in Mapleland. Okay, let's get out of here. And what they do is they release those events, and it essentially acts as an accent to your gameplay every day. You go party grind, you're farming, and these monsters that you grind within your level frame, within your level, drop event items that you can then, you know, take and go. Sometimes they give you an item that elevates your attack boost. Sometimes they give like mystery boxes that'll drop potions or sometimes scrolls and stuff like that will come out very rarely. And all those things like just elevate the experience of the gameplay. they'll give an anniversary item. Like this item I got on the 2nd year anniversary. That's why you see the 2 there. It says Maple Land 2nd year anniversary flagpole. And this is just an item that I got from that event. This one didn't have a limited time, but it does, you know, it's nothing crazy. I'm not gonna use this. It's not an overpowered breaking weapon. It's pure cosmetics. And they give some use out of it by giving 15 plus 15 to movement speed. And it's in that ways, it's just like, it's nice to have because it's cool. It's an anniversary item. It's one of a kind. And they have a substat that's very useful, like jump or movement speed attached to most of these. This one is a maple helm that I just picked up because I thought it looked cool. I figured I'd just have one and then not have one. I like that. Also got this from the Christmas event. It's like a Rudolph's like antlers that lights up. And then maple weapons, right? I got maple weapons from the event. I got the maple spear for level 43. And maple Verret spear for 64, and I use these. I use this one a lot, the Verret spear, the 64, and even this. I picked those up because they have different attack speeds. So my Pineka has attack speed of slow. The level 43 maple spear has an attack speed of fast, and the 64 has a attack speed of average. So depending on, like, let's say you're level 170 Dragon Knight or Dark Knight, and if you can wear a level 43 spear with a fast attack speed and still two-shot the end game content mobs, it's way better to wear something fast than to wear something slow, because you're gonna hit the two attacks that you're gonna need to hit to kill the monster is gonna be a lot slower on the higher level spears than the lower level spears. Well, that's the reason why I'm keeping those two. I wonder how long it'll be before we get pirates. Probably a while, because in Maple Land it hasn't released yet, and the game's been out for over 2 years. So we'll see how long it takes, but I don't think it'll be out immediately. You know, it'll take some time. Let me see. I'm gonna turn my VPN on real quick. I'm gonna go to Leafray. I don't have money. I know he can only come out on the weekends, so just let me know when he's available and we can plan accordingly. Can't click the Mr. Dolphin here. I'm curious to see what their plans are to keep players engaged over a long period of time. I doubt OSMS will take off like OSR. There's part of me that doubt that too, but we'll see, man. Good to have some hope. It's good to have some hope and expect the best, not the worst. OSRS is such a giant that it's hard to compare to OSRS. Do you think Do you think Mapleland will ever release a global NA server? I don't think so. I'm being honest. I don't think they'll release a global server for Mapleland. 경험치요? 안 나오는데 한 1200 정도는 먹은 것 같아요. 엄청 많이 먹은 거죠, 그쵸? 한 1200 정도? 쩔 너무 감사했습니다. 오늘 마인탕님 수고가 많으셨어요. 다음에는 부담돼서 못 올 것 같아. 어우 더워. 아니 한겨울인데 이렇게 더워도 되나? 지금 밖에 날씨가 so hot outside. What's the weather? What's the temperature? It's 45 degrees Fahrenheit outside here, which is pretty warm for January. 지금 밖에 날씨가 7도. 은근히 덥습니다. 햇빛이 쨍쨍하고. 아닙니다. 영상 제작의 보답이라고 생각해주세요. 빌드 디코에서 다들 웃고 난리 났었거든요. 너무 잘 만들었다고. 아 그래요? 재밌게 봐줘서 좋네요. 기분이 재밌게 봐줬다고 해서. Maplestory without the 15 years of quality of life and reboot, it felt like new MS content was made for the top 0.005% that made it past mid-game. Yeah, hopefully that isn't the case. We'll see. Like the director said, they said Maplestory Classic is a reattempt and not a recreation or something along the line. It won't be a one-to-one direct reflection and an emulation of old school Maplestory, but it's going to be a reattempt, and I think I like that better. I just feel like if they bring, like you said, if they bring old school Maplestory back, something tells me that it will live for a little bit, but it will have a strong fan base of small community that won't be able to sustain the servers or give enough reason for Nexon to really put in the really have a reason to keep the servers open and running. It will definitely have a huge maybe 10 to 50,000 people that are like active accounts, not concurrently playing, but 10 to 50,000 people that are strong fans of Maplestory Classic and how it was. They call it the purist, people who really enjoyed Maplestory for what it was. Those people would play something like Mapleland. And if Classic Maplestory was a recreation, not a recreation, but essentially an emulation of old school Maplestory and not a recreation, those people will come back and play. But if it's a attempt with the new ideas and trying to learn from the past and create a new game, it's a risk that they're taking. But I think it's a weighted risk. If you don't do it, then the player base that's gonna play the old school Maplestory won't be enough. It won't be enough of a reason for them to justify the cost of keeping the servers open. But if they reattempt it and do it well, then maybe it'll be a game that captures the heart and the charm and the essence of old school Maplestory, and creating a game that feels more welcoming to new players, and just, I don't know, hopefully they do it well and it works out. I want Maplestory Classic to do well. Johnny, how are you? How are you, my bro? I'm good. Thank you for asking. 외국분 맞나요? 한국 사람입니다. It might end up like Maplestory 2. Maplestory 2 was a big flop. Maplestory was a huge letdown and a big flop, and it was nothing like Maplestory 1, if you guys ever played Maplestory 2. No similarity between the two, unfortunately. Man, now that I don't have the the congested cough, I just have itchy throat now. This residual flu post sickness is just crazy how long it's lingering this time. One, two, 4, 5, 6. 1,400 gobies. That's a lot. Or actually, 1,286 gobies. WoW Classic did a similar spin and it flopped. Season of Discovery X-Pack. I heard Season of Discovery was good in the initial phase and then it just became maybe too much. I don't know. I remember Season of Discovery. I remember looking at that and thinking, "Oh, this is a cool approach. This is how they're doing it." But I've stopped playing WoW for a bit when I learned about Season of Discovery. I think I tried to get back and I just couldn't get into it, the initial like leveling phase. But I always thought Season of Discovery was a cool approach. I don't know if it flopped or not. I haven't kept up. Don't you think the international interest, especially from China and the surrounding regions, would be sufficient income and population to keep the classic afloat? Well, GMS is only releasing technically here in the West, in North America, right? The classic Maplestory. So maybe people from other countries will play, but if they wanted to capitalize, and if the intention was there to capitalize off of foreign interest of people from different countries, then they would have. I feel like then they would have made that their target reason, their main goal. If their goal was, okay, we need to have at least 100,000 active accounts and 10,000 concurrent players in order for this to work, then I don't think they would have done it here. They would have tried something like classic Maplestory maybe in China, where there's more population, more people, or maybe in Korea where Maplestory is a lot more prevalent and people till this day. Maplestory holds the top 5 most played game, the modern server, apparently, according to, I don't know whose metric, but it's still up there in the ranks alongside like FIFA, League of Legends. League of Legends is #1 in Korea all the time. I think they look at like what games are being played in PC cafes, and PC cafes have like this agreement with third-party surveyors who can kind of see what computers are playing what game at what time and for how long, and all that data gets collected and then it gets shown in a survey or gets shown in a ranking. And League of Legends has been #1 for the past like 15 years. And then Maplestory and Sudden Attack and Ion 2 and all these games hold the top charts in Korea, and it hasn't moved. Those games have not moved. I doubt OSMS. Oh no, that's the same chat. Do Do you think they will make Maple Classic Iron Man hardcore server like WoW? No, I don't think so. That's you can't. I just feel like Maplestory isn't a game that's made for Iron Man, you know? WoW I could understand. It adds an element of you know, being resourceful, being I guess conservative, careful, a lot more engaging, right? They tried something similar, not Iron Man, but a server called Reboot, where you couldn't trade with other people, and it's just another element of difficulty that gets introduced to the game with servers that are like that, and it makes the game a little bit more fun, I would say. It does make the game a little bit more engaging. But people outside of NA use VPN, considering Maplestory doesn't require low ping, just like how international players flooded Artel at release. Yeah, true that. Like, and especially the NA, the Nexon NA, there isn't like these stringent requirements to play on the server, so maybe people will flock. But how many of those people will actually stay, you know? And if they kept all that in mind, maybe they are like you said, and that's the reason why they're giving it a go. Because right now Maple Land is so hard to play, and I know a lot of people that want to play Maple Land and really be in this digital realm, play the game that they enjoyed as kids. And most people can't. They can't get through all the hurdles. So maybe a lot of people will flock to Classic Maple, not only to relive the nostalgia, but also to see what kind of changes they're making and the direction that they're going to take with Maplestory Classic. If they made a Maplestory Iron Man, man, that would be something else, huh? I don't even know if that's viable. It would be way too stressful. There's so many instances where things could just be outside of your control and you die, that it would be extremely annoying. So many things and boss raids can one-shot you, and all that time. Just think about all the time you've put in to get to level 160, and you go into Pink Bean. Nobody would try Pink Bean. Let's say you went into Pink Bean or Horntail, and you died in the first 30 seconds. And you just like all the way up to level 160. It took you at least a year to get to that level. They made a mistake not releasing Maplestory Classic World sooner. Let's see what Rama has to. Now GTA 6 will pull out many players. It's like they want people to quit at level 50. Yeah, GTA 6 is it's gonna cannibalize everything. When GTA 6 comes out, yep. Gonna be a huge shock in the industry. You said that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it. At 160, you go to Horntail and die in 2 minutes after spending a year. I don't know, man. I don't think WoW players, the hardcore Iron Man WoW players, I don't think those guys spend a year to get to max level. You maybe spend like a month or two. Heck no, I would not do it. I would not try any bossing. I would essentially stick to like Rash Furballs or something simple and easy to level. The viewers stay locked in. Okay. Make sure you unplug the car before you take off. So you just unlock the car. Yes. Is IW still here? IW님 아직 계신가요? 같이 숟가라면 좋을 것 같은데 1시간. 아 못하겠다 오늘은. 시간이 좀 안 돼가지고. The viewers stay locked in due to high stakes gameplay. Man, that is way too high of a stake, don't you think? It'd be too stressful. As a streamer, there's no way you're doing it as a streamer, because me, even right now, just being in a party and grinding at gobies, I made my guy die because I didn't keep up with the buffs. I was too busy reading the chat and talking and socializing with people in my chat that I couldn't split my attention in two ways and give the people around me in the game a lot of attention. So that's one thing, is I'm thinking like maybe it's not right for me to go to a party setting with people that I know while I'm streaming, because I can't dedicate my attention to them at all. Especially now that I'm getting like a decent amount of viewers and a lot of people are socializing, and you know, people see my videos and shorts and they want to come in here and talk about classic Maplestory, or they see a foreigner playing a Korean game and they ask questions about me and I have to answer those questions, and unfortunately it takes my attention away and focus away from what's going on in front of me in the game. So if I party with like people that I don't know, that I don't really see, or like not my viewers or my guild people, then there's a less of a pressure on me to like socialize. 숲갈에서 2인 파사나 짧게 하시죠. 좋습니다. 오케이, 콜. 숲갈 말고 갈림길 말고 거기 말고 그 옆에 있는 맵이 어디지? 거기 가는 게 더 좋을 것 같아요, 제가 볼 땐. 빨체라고요. 잠시만요. 여기 자리 있으면 그 소셜로 친추해가지고 같이 하게 하면 되니까 일단 자리가 있나 없나 한번 볼게요. On average, I'd say it takes 6 to 7 days of active game time to reach max level in WoW Classic. See, that's nothing. That's nothing. You know, it takes a lot more than that to get to max level in Maplestory. Max level is almost unattainable. It's an achievement that's only a select few will ever achieve in our life. And are you that guy? Are you that person? Maybe. But probably not. I came the wrong way. I have been watching the playtest for Maplestory Classic and wonder what you think about Classic balance right now and how you think this will develop in 3rd and 4th job. I watched the class balance videos on Classic Maplestory maybe about a month ago when it first came out, maybe a little bit more, so it's a little hazy because I haven't revisited it. But judging by how they're doing it, you can definitely tell that it's a reattempt. It's a remake, and it's a remake of a game that existed. That, you know, they're not trying to create it one for one into a perfect how it was before, but it's a reattempt into something new that fits more of the modern gaming, especially the MMO industry. They're increasing the movement speed, which tells me that they're trying to, which tells me that they're really just conforming to the current MMO and how people play the game is a little bit more fast-pacer, less dull. Kind of remove the boring parts, you know. Having 10 movement speed to 100 movement speed is not a grand change, but it's just enough change that it doesn't feel as boring. So I feel like the direction that they're taking it is that they want to conform and capture the charm of old school Maplestory and incorporate it into the modern gaming standard and the culture of making things a little bit more faster pace, a lot more QOL, quality of life changes and stuff like that. 오케이, 좋습니다. 물어볼게요. And with class balances, give me 1 second. Once I get situated, I'll talk more about the classes. 이쪽 채널로 오시면 될 것 같아요, IW님. 제 소셜이 이거입니다. 되게 오래 걸리네. VPN 껴야 되겠다. 뭐야 이거? 소셜이 어디 있지? 여기 있나? 요거입니다. 요거 친추 주셔서 친추 주시면 얘기해 주세요. 친추 허락할 테니까. I feel like they're trying to make every class have similar damage and mobility costs, and I don't like it. Well, from the initial surface level of what they're showing us, it does feel that way, right? They're trying to give some damage buffs to clerics. They're trying to buff the bandits with a huge attack boost, but we really have to wait and see because it's just really speculation and we don't have all the information. I do feel like they're definitely making a new game. It's not a emulation of old school Maplestory, but a reattempt, and they're taking a risk, guys. They're taking a huge leap of faith, and hopefully, you know, it all works out for the best. When it comes to class balances, when they're trying to balance classes in a bubble, in a universe, when it comes in a universe of damage, I don't think that's the right way to balance characters. Each character, each class has their own unique identity, their own strength and weakness. And to simplify balancing of characters into a one metric, which is just damage, doesn't make sense. It will never work. You're going to turn the game into how it is in modern Maplestory, where every class is essentially the only thing that's different about them is their unique effects. That the unique effects that they have when they use their skill. But outside of that, they all have flash jump, they all have insane buffs, consumables, yada yada yada, and it's boring, honestly. It's way better to have each class with its own unique identity and etc. It makes the gameplay more fun. It keeps the game true to how it was. The philosophy behind each character design is distinct. No need to touch that and try to balance them based on how much damage that they do. Then what's gonna happen is, well, everybody does the same damage, but how come mages have teleport? Everybody does the same damage, how come hermits have flash jump? And then you get to where we're at, where every character has everything, and you don't know if you're playing a mage. Like, everybody's essentially, some viewer said this, and I agree 100%. Every class is a mage, but a different type of mage. You have a bow mage, you have a warrior mage, you have a mage, you have a blizzard mage, you have a fire mage, you have a bishop mage. Everything is a mage. Everything has full map attack, everything has teleport, if not flash jump. What are we doing, you know? What's the reason we're playing the game? It just feels hollow, and I'd rather play something else. I'd rather play something else at that point that can give me the same type. It just feels like, you know what it feels like? It feels like those mobile games that you can download for free, and they keep making you spend money to get power-ups to clear each stage. That's exactly what it feels like. It feels like Clan Wars or something. It feels like Plants vs. Zombies. It's just very systematic, very routine. There's no, because you're always playing with NPCs. There's no need to interact with humans. Just go do your dailies, go do your weeklies, go do your bosses, go do this, go do that, make sure you do that. Oh yeah, there's a battle pass. You're on a treadmill that never changes. Like, there was a guy in here who was playing Modern Maplestory while he was watching me play. I think it was Saturday. He was watching me play, and he said, "Yeah, I'm currently playing Modern Maplestory while I watch you stream, and while I'm waiting for Classic Maplestory." And I said, "Oh, how is that?" He said, "Oh, I just do it to study. I just do it to study or watch YouTube or Netflix. I just have it next to me." So I was like, "Wait, what do you mean? Don't you have to?" I thought Modern Maplestory was a lot more engaging. I thought Modern Maplestory was a lot more engaging. You have like 10 button rotations, combos, consumables, and all this. And he's like, "No, I just put up summons all across all map, and I just watch Netflix." And I was like, man, that's crazy. All he does, at that point, you're just watching the gameplay itself. You move maybe every one or 2 minutes, and you're watching the gameplay itself. And the worst part is, you don't even have to be actively engaged while the game is playing by itself. That's how much of QOL that people pushed for. You know, people online obviously are gonna, like, it's always the minority of people that gets the loudest, and they don't understand the charm of the game, and they keep pushing for quality of life, and that's essentially what happens. The game is essentially playing by itself while you're just watching numbers pop up in a screen, and you're now it's to a point where you don't even need to actively look at the screen. You can just watch Netflix or whatever, YouTube on the side, or even study on the side while the game is up and playing by itself. At that point, are you really playing a video game, or is it just like what is that? That should be something that happens on a mobile game. Like idle Maplestory, where the game is always running in the background and you just check in once in a while and collect the items you've collected. It's just way too, I'm sorry to say this, but it's just way too brain dead, and it's brain rotting. I mean, video games in general are a brain rot, but that's like next level brain rotting. Maybe it's just the older boomer in me talking, but like, how are you gonna set up 4 summons across the map and just be idle and just sit there and watch the game play itself? What are you doing? Are you just on your phone in front of the computer? At that point, why are you in front of the computer? And at some point, you must, I mean, you gotta ask yourself, why am I doing this? Why am I playing this game? There's no value. It's just making me sit in front of the computer for no reason. There's no interaction with another human being going on. There's no positive energy here. There's no like simple comments being shared or people giving out love just for the sake of spreading love. That happens all the time in Mapleland. Those little social interactions and small interactions that I get of people spreading love and just trying to be kind
or people want to ask me questions for a sake of curiosity or whatever, you know, like people talk in this game and get to know one another, even if it's at a superficial level and nothing fundamental or deep. Those little interactions make the gaming experience the true gaming experience of what Maplestory is. And at some point when you're playing modern Maplestory, you come to a point where you ask yourself, am I playing the game? Why am I really playing the game? Like, what is it for? There's no engagement. I'm not doing anything trivial. None of these, I'm not anticipating for any drop, so that element's gone, right? So you're just watching the gameplay itself, and there's no like anticipation or element of anything that you're expecting. Nothing, there's no shock value, there's no dopamine release. It's just a constant flow of dopamine that eventually gets doled out because it's too steady, it's too constant. It's just too constant, and after a while you need something stronger that will satisfy that itch, and Maplestory just won't do it. It won't do it. It's just like a death trap, in my opinion. It fills the void, like having TV on in the background. I believe so. It essentially becomes an idle game where you step away and you're just watching the gameplay itself, because really maybe it brings you mental comfort or psychological ease knowing that something's there playing in the background. And some people, that's a valid reason. To some people, that's what they do. That's why they play games like anything that you don't have to be actively part of. There's a lot of idle games on mobile games where you can just go back into the game, collect the loot, get out, let the thing do its thing in the background. But Maplestory isn't that. That's the issue. It's like, it's not on a mobile, it's on a PC, and you might as well release it as a mobile at that point. Mobile game at that point. 진짜 외국인이신가요? 네, 외국인입니다. 한국인입니다. Uh-oh, my baby's waking up. Might have to go get him. Nope, he's falling asleep. I just got my 150N Dark Knight. Oh, congratulations. Modern Maple is a second monitor kind of game, I think. Exactly, it is. Modern Maple is you just kind of have it on the background while you're doing stuff type of game. What's worse is FOMO. Like, there are items they've introduced that have never made a return, causing people to feel like FOMO is a big one, right? And it's really predatory. I hate using the word predatory because it makes the gaming company is doing what it needs to do to make money. It's trying to capture your attention, even in the most schemy way, even in the most whatever they do, they need to capture your attention, and they need you to spend money in the game. Those are two things that a business focuses on. So even if it looks like it's very scummy to us, and it's like trashy and low, like, you know, it's like blatant and kind of disrespectful and offensive in a way. That's what companies do in a capitalistic society, and it's perfectly fine that they do that. It's just from the player's perspective, it gets to a point where, you know, it's too much, and now all those people that ask for these quality of life changes and class balancing changes aren't even sticking around to play the game anymore, because they themselves feel like it's just like, you know, they have these thoughts like, why am I playing this game? What's the point? I might as well just go play Arc Raiders. I might as well just go play Helldivers. The point of an MMO, when you play an MMO, is for you to feel attached to the character and to immerse yourself into the game and become the character that you're playing, and have social interactions with the ability to show off your achievements and your accomplishments and your level, and the fact that you are this person who can grind in this game to level 120. And all of that just went out the window, and it just really became a game, you know, like even character customization. All these hero classes and new characters that are coming out in modern Maplestory they already look super cool. they've already done the work for you even in that aspect. They're like, you know what, don't even worry about customizing this character, we'll do it for you, we want you to look this way. It's just like, it feels very like they're pushing you through a funnel. It seems too systematic, it seems too calculated, there's no element of humanity in it. It just seems very stern and like it's not flexible. Users won't interact with one another because there's no need to. You just kind of go through the funnel system of what Maplestory laid out for you, and you follow that path until you hit max level. Companies hire psychologists and scientists to figure out how to make you as addicted. Yep. 메레는 노력한 만큼 보상을 받는다는 점이 좋은 것 같다. 아마 올드스쿨 게임의 매력이 아닐까 싶습니다. 공감합니다. 옛날 게임 같은 메이플랜드는 이제 뭔가 내가 그만큼 시간을 투자를 하고 내가 노력을 해가지고 얻어내는 성과나 성취들이 되게 뜻깊고 성취감도 좋고 그랬는데, 요즘 게임들을 보면 거의 다 그런 매력이 없고 그런 걸 추구하지도 않고 어떻게든 유저들을 유혹을 시켜서 게임을 시킨 다음에 그냥 다 퍼주는 방식. 오래 하라고, 게임 최대한 해보고 질려서 접지 말고 게임을 오래 하고 계속 게임을 다시 접속시키기 위해서 많은 방법과 그런 수단이 있는데, 그런 수단들이 마음에 안 든다는 거죠. 저는 너무 대놓고 이제 우리를 돈으로 취급을 하니까 게임도 게임 같지가 않고 뭔가 숙제 같은 느낌 들고 하기 귀찮고 또 배우려고 하는 것도 귀찮고. 처음 들어갔을 때 메이플스토리 처음 들어가면은 메이플스토리에 있는 지금 체계들과 시스템 다 배우려면 하루 이상 걸려요. 그리고 메이플스토리를 들어가서 이제 무슨 캐릭터를 생성을 해서 육성을 하려고 하는데, 그것조차 이제 한 30분 동안의 커트씬과 내가 별로 관심도 없는 백그라운드 스토리를 알려주는 게 좀 귀찮기도 하고, 그냥 빨리 게임이나 하고 싶은데, 게임의 맛을 느껴보고 싶은데 그게 너무 오래 걸린다? 거기서 좀 그것도 좀 아쉬운 것 같기는 해요. 그런 이제 캐릭터의 백그라운드 스토리나 그 커트씬이나 그런 것들은 게임을 시작할 때 필수 조건으로 유저들을 보게 하는 게 아니라, 뭐 사이드 퀘스트나 아니면 그런 걸 통해서 그런 거에 관심이 있는 분들만 볼 수 있게끔, 즐길 수 있게끔 해줬으면 참 좋았을 텐데, 그게 아니라 게임을 시작하게 돼서 이제 캐릭터를 고르면 그 캐릭터에 대한 백그라운드 스토리와 그 캐릭터의 이제 아이덴티티 구성, 제 생각은 그거라고 생각하거든요. 왜 넥슨이 게임을 하려고 하는데 내가 보고 싶지도 않은 커트씬과 백그라운드에 대한 중요성을 엄청 느끼면서 이렇게 나한테 어필을 하는지 곰곰이 생각해봤는데, 아무래도 모든 클래스가 플레이 방식이 비슷하고 그 캐릭터만의 개성이라든지 플레이 스타일이라는 게 이제 거의 없다고 보시면 되니까, 다 플레이 스타일이 비슷비슷하잖아요. 모든 마법사처럼 날라다니고 텔레포트 쓰고 이리 갔다 저리 갔다 거의 다 플레이 스타일 방식이 비슷하기 때문에, 거기서 이 캐릭터의 개성과 뚜렷함을 보이기 위해서는, 그리고 그 캐릭터에 대한 그 캐릭터만의 그런 걸 어필하기 위해서는 스토리로 그걸 채우려고 하는 것 같아요, 내가 볼 땐. 그런 거 없이도 옛날 메이플스토리 같은 옛날 게임들을 보면 그런 거 전혀 없거든요. 그런 거 전혀 없어도 게임 즐기는 사람들도 많고 게임을 좋아하는 사람들이 굉장히 많은데, 그리고 캐릭터의 개성과 뚜렷함, 그 캐릭터만의 존재성, 존재감, 이런 것들은 게임 플레이를 하면서 느끼는 게 더 와닿고 더 재밌게 그 캐릭터에 대한 알아가는 방법이라고 생각하는데, 그게 이제 없어지고 모든 캐릭터 플레이 스타일이 방식이 비슷비슷해지고 다 똑같아지니까, 그런 거를 어떻게 이제 두각을 시키고 어떻게 다른 점을 보여주냐 해서 아마 그냥 스토리로 그걸 메꾸자라고 생각하자, 그런 말이 나왔지 않았을까 싶어요. 나오지 않았을까. 아, 인선님 히어로시네. 여태까지 팔라딘인 줄 알았는데 히어로시네요. 히어로 재밌겠다. 돌진 브랜디시 너무 재밌어 보인다. 나도 돌진 배우면 좀 재밌어질라나? 2.0이 어떻게 업데이트 될지는 모르겠지만 가장 재밌을 때, 맞아요, 정말 재밌어 보이긴 하네요. 돌진 브랜디시가 지금은 직업 간의 밸런스가 안 좋은 것 같아서 좀 슬프다. 아, 그런가요? 지금 직업 간의 밸런스가 그렇게 안 좋다고 생각하시나요? 저는 괜찮다고 보는데. 2.0은 아마 많이 변경되지 않고 그냥 클라이언트하고 옛날 메이플의 느낌을 더 살리는, 그리고 뭐 버그 같은 거, 잔 버그 같은 거 변경시키는 그런 면에서 그런 쪽으로 이제 중점을 두고 출시할 것 같아요. 클래스 밸런스나 이런 게 과연 있을까요? 근데 이런 말을 하면서도 방금 전 패치에서 신궁도 버프 먹고 그 섀도워도 반검 도적도 버프 먹고 했잖아요. 그러니까 뭐 다른 것도 버프가 될런지 해적이 나오면 많이 수정하고 고치면서 나가지 않을까요? 메이플랜드가. 히어로를 버프하라. 히어로 버프 해야 하나요? 히어로 엄청 좋은데. 아까 저 망둥이쩔 해주시던 마인탕님이 160대 작품을 가서 거의 또래 레벨의 나이트 로드를 제끼고 작품에서 흰 경험치를 드셨답니다. 제가 그래서 히어로는 굉장히 좋게 보거든요. 만능적인 직업이라고 생각해요. 오로지 그쪽까지 160 정도까지 찍는 게 너무 힘들어서 그렇지, 나중에 레벨 많이 높아지면 히어로 굉장히 좋다고 생각해요, 저는. 히어로가 핑크빈을 못 간다고요? 히어로가 왜 핑크빈을 못 가죠? SL 스킬들? SL 스킬들이 시그너스 나이트인가? 시그너스 나이트? SL 스킬들이 뭔가요? 이넘약 이상필. 아, 윈드 부스터. 맞아. 윈드 부스터. 히어로한테 굉장히 좋다고 들기는 했어요. 근데 그 윈드 부스터가 2단계 올려주죠, 공격 속도. 110제, 120제 막 아대들 공격 속도가 보통 아닌가요? 보통이면은 빠름에서 매우 빠름으로 2단계 올려주면은 나로들도 많이 버프 먹지 않나? 오마드라고? Are these early leafer maps better than having a full big party at Deep Looty or just lazy comfy? This right now isn't an official party grind. It could be. We're just missing a cleric. But for this map, usually what people do is they have a guy that's high level down here, like a bowmaster. He's essentially here farming. He's not here for EXP. Those dualbergs down on the first platform give ilbies. And people form a 5-man party up here with the higher level on the bottom. And usually they'll split up these 2 upper platforms, the one I'm on and the one above me, with 4 attackers. And I'll be responsible for this platform here. Usually a crusader to the left of me, using this rope here as a middle ground. And they'll split these 2 up here the same way, with a priest hanging on the rope giving holy symbol and heal. Right now what we're doing is a 3-man party just to kill time, because I can't dedicate a whole hour right now. I'm probably gonna end the stream here in about 15 minutes when it turns 2. And because of that, I purposely did not get into a party. I just kinda came here with the viewer. 핑크빈 당나는 뻥 전용으로 가고, 팔라딘은 이제 위협이 보스 적용되면 방어력 감소 때문에 가지만 히어로는 메리트가 없다. 근거리 격수들은 핑크빈 때 딜을 잘 못 넣어서. 핑크빈 몸박하면 한방컷 나나요? 히어로가? 옛날 동영상들 보면 히어로 있던 걸로 기억하는데. 지켜봐야겠죠? 제가 알기로는 히어로들 핑크빈 많이 가는 걸로 알고 있는데, 제가 잘못 알고 있는 걸 수도 있어서. 근데 분명히 그걸 방지하기 위해서 텐시아가 그 핑크빈 나올 때쯤에는 밸런스 패치나 이런 거 패치 잘 해서 출시할 것 같아요. 언데드 효과랑 공반 효과가 있어서 못 때린다. 근데 그거는 어느 격수들이든 마찬가지 아닌가요? 그거 공격 반감 효과 있을 때 연막탄 쓰고 때리면 어떻게 될지 궁금하긴 하다. 섀도우의 연막탄이랑 고증 따지면 핑크빈을 아예 못 잡죠. 근데 그 길드원들끼리 어떻게 꾸려가지고 가면 히어로도 데려갈 수 있을 거예요. 메이플랜드 첫 시작이 언제예요? 메이플랜드가 지금 2주년 조금 지났습니다. 그래서 출시된 날이 2023년 10월. 연막 효과 못 받는다. 아쉽네. 그게 연막 효과가 있었으면 참 좋았을 텐데, 그쵸? 그런 면에서 이제 어떻게 캐릭터들을 데미지 상승하는 방식으로 밸런스 하는 것보다 캐릭터가 가지고 있는 스킬을 필요로 해가지고 그런 쪽으로 캐릭터나 직업을 좀 더 부각시키면 참 괜찮을 텐데, 연막의 효과가 있었다면 공격 반감 공반 효과에서 연막턴으로 그걸 무효화 시킬 수 있고 계속 딜을 넣을 수 있으면 섀도우는 거의 필수적으로 갈 수 있거든요, 혼테일을. 그런 게 좀 아쉽네요. 스트리머님이 시작한 메이플랜드는 언제예요? 저는 작년 9월 달에 시작했습니다. bilingual 비결 좀요. 뭐 큰 비결이라고는 없고, 제가 버서크 30 트라이 해보셔야겠네. 언젠간 시간이 오겠죠, 버서크 트라이 하는 날이. 언어에 대해서 좀 얘기해보자면, 저 한국말하고 영어는 솔직히 제가 조언을 못 드리는 게, 그냥 크면서, 내 인생에서 그냥 크면서 생활하면서 배운 것들이라, 영어하고 한국말은 그냥 살면서 그냥 어떨결에 배워온 것 같고, 제가 정말 공부를 해서 배운 언어가 있다면 그게 스페니쉬인데, 공부에 대해서 팁을 좀 드리자면, 공부 매일 하시는 거 추천드립니다. 정말 끊지 않고 한번 시작했으면 일주일에 2-3번이 아니라 주 7일, 그것도 최대한 많이 하면 할수록 좋고, 공부를 못한다 그러면 헬스장 갔을 때 노래 듣지 말고 그 나라의 노래를 듣는 거 추천드리고, 그것보다 이제 뉴스 같은 거 있잖아요. 내가 배우고자 하는 언어를 뉴스를 그 언어로 들으면 참 교육이 많이 돼요. 왜냐면 뉴스 같은 것들은 언어를 골라서 쓸 때 대부분 이제 공중파에 나갈 수만 있는 그런 언어들을 많이 사용하기 때문에 그렇게 하시는 걸 추천드려요. 그리고 공부도 매일매일 하셔야 하고, 최대한 그리고 그 나라 사람들과 대화하고 그 나라 사람들 주변에서 이제 내가 찾아가는, 물론 집에서 공부하게 되거나 학원이나 학교를 가면 다른 영어를 쓰는 사람이나 아니면 한국말을 쓰는 사람들이 그 언어를 배우려고 해서 좀 힘들 수도 있는데, 최대한 내가 노력해서 뭐 한국 사시는 분들이라면, 예를 들어 한국인 분이 스페니쉬를 배우려고 한다. 그러면 스페니쉬 문화가 존재하는 무슨 이벤트나 아니면 그런 게 있으면 그런 곳에 참여해서 그런 사람들과 얘기도 나누고 하는 거 추천드립니다. 내가 집에서 혼자 공부하는 거 가지고는 약간 무리가 있는 것 같아요. 무리보다는 한계가 있는 것 같아요. Be honest, all about languages, just keep using it. 100%. Are you able to understand Korean talk shows or news? Yep. Korean is it's my native tongue. So although there's vocabulary that I can't think of, like I can't think of certain vocabularies when I'm talking about certain topics and I'll get stuck. But when I'm listening, all of those register to me and I have almost no issue. The only time I have a really hard time understanding Korean is when I watch like political news and political podcasts and current events and stuff like that. And obviously, if you're on YouTube, you're gonna be subjected to an algorithm, and those algorithms will push me people with strong political biases. And when I listen to those people and they talk about the current events in Korea or the Korean politics and the parliament and all these words that I'm not familiar with, like titles of people's position in government, those are really hard to understand. But after listening to it for about a year now, a lot of it is like registered in my ear, and over time I look up this, I look up that, and those type of knowledge, and also using context clues helps me understand what the speaker is saying. 모국어나 첫 번째 언어가 영어예요, 한국어예요? 한국어입니다. 모국어는. 미국 고등학교 처음 갔을 때 썰 궁금한데 나중에 얘기해달라. 예, 알겠습니다. 나중에 한번 썰을 풀어드릴게요. 아마 내일 한국에서 미국 처음 왔을 때 일단 양아버지의 집에 들어갔을 때와 처음 한 달 동안의 생활, 그리고 나의 나의 존재감, 내가 누군지 이런 것들이 많이 변하거든요. 사람이 약간 생각이 많아지게 되는데 환경이 많이 바뀌게 되면 그런 거 다 썰 한번 풀어주면 이제 나이 먹어서 편하게 말할 수 있기 때문에 그런 거 한번 썰 풀면 재밌을 것 같아요. 다른 제 인생을 경험으로 바탕해서 한국까지 중학교 그리고 한국에서 중학교까지 다니다가 미국에 와서 갑자기 이제 다른 사춘기 또래인 애들과 어울리려면 어느 정도 내 자신이 변해야 하거든요. 그리고 내가 이쪽에 적응을 하고 내가 여기에 내가 바뀌어야 할 수 있겠다라는 생각이 많이 들었기 때문에 그런 생각은 솔직히 학생들 전혀 못 하잖아요. 한국에 사는 학생들. 아마 사회생활 시작하고 나서 좀 느낄 거예요. 회사 같은 데 들어가면 뭔가 고지식처럼 생각하는 것보다 내가 유연해지고 내가 배우는 입장으로 많이 참고 이해하고 나의 존재감을 좀 낮추더라도 어떻게든 회사에서 살아남을 수 있게 많이 맞춰주려고 하는 입장이 되어야 하잖아요. 그런 게 똑같아요. 미국이든 한국이든. 그런 게 똑같아요. 회사 생활이든 고등학교를 딱 졸업한 한국 청년이 대학을 가지 않고 어느 회사에 입사해서 열심히 회사 생활하는 것하고 저도 이제 중학교를 한국에서 마치고 고등학교를 미국에서 시작할 때 그런 걸 많이 배웠거든요. 많이 느끼고 그런 거에 적응 못 해가지고 이 미국에서 생활하면서 한국의 탈을 벗지 못하는 그리고 다른 탈을 쓰는데 이제 적응이 안 되고 익숙해지지 않아가지고 그런 거에 힘들어하는 학생들을 많이 보기는 했어요. 거의 외톨이들, 친구 별로 없고 친구 있어도 이제 정말 조용하게 학교 생활 지내는 그런 애들 많이 봤는데 저는 처음에는 약간 그랬는데 이제 시간이 좀 지나고 나면은 어느 정도 이제 제가 축구를 하다 보니까 그리고 축구는 미국에서도 많이 하거든요. 물론 미식 축구가 넘버원인데 축구를 하고 그 축구를 통해서 친구들과 사귀면서 미국 문화에 대한 많은 것도 이제 노출이 되고 나는 또 애들이 많이 나를 이제 끌고 다니니까 제가 성격이 나쁘지가 않아요. 내 스스로 말하긴 좀 부끄럽긴 한데 애들과 잘 어울리고 그리고 또 제가 좀 많이 맞춰주는 타입이라 많이 챙기고 그런 면에서 애들이 호감을 느꼈는지 축구 같이 하던 친구들도 많이 생기고 그런 걸로 통해 가지고 이제 애들이 뭐 파티든 뭐 이런 거 해가지고 미국식 문화 많이 소개시켜주면서 지내다 보면은 어느 정도 배우게 되고 또 그거에 흥미를 느끼게 돼요. 그래서 집에 와서는 막 한국 드라마 무한도전이나 아니면 스펀지 굉장히 좋아했거든요. 이런 거 보고 어느 순간부터 내가 이제 한국 학생들 핏이 있잖아요. 바지 막 줄이고 교복 줄이고 타이트하게 입고 굉장히 말라가지고 옛날에 2000년대는 그런 핏이 되게 유행했거든요. 지금은 다 나팔바지 입고 다니던데 제가 처음 미국 갔을 때는 그 느낌 그대로 갔어요. 정말 차려입고 스키니진 아니면 교복 같은 거 줄여서 한국에서 교복 줄인 거 바지 통 줄인 거 그거 가지고 가서 그거 입고 옷을 굉장히 타이트하게 입고 정말 한국인 냄새 나게 뭔가 지나가면 김치 냄새 날 것 같은 그런 의상을 입고 학교를 다녔는데 처음에는 그랬는데 이제 한 1, 2년이 지나고 나니까 나도 모르게 자연스럽게 힙합 스타일로 바뀌더라고요. 옷 입는 게 약간 통 큰 반바지에 슬래퍼에 양말은 발목 양말 신고 나이키로 신고 모자도 거꾸로 쓰고 이게 그냥 지내다 보니까 자연스럽게 그게 되더라고요. 근데 그 순간순간에도 생각은 정말 많이 했어요. 나는 이게 어렸을 때는 정말 해서는 안 될 생각들을 어렸을 때부터 많이 해가지고 생각도 많아지고 내가 정말 좀 그쵸 멘탈적으로 힘든 시간도 있기는 했어요. 예. 뭔가 탈만 쓰는 느낌이 들어가지고 그때 빌보드 1위요? 고등학교 때 빌보드 1위가 아마 누구였지? 정말 좋은 질문인데 아마 푸시캣 돌즈? 걔네들도 굉장히 유명했고 브루노 마르즈? 브루노 마르스가 아마 아직까지도 굉장히 좋은데 그때도 굉장히 유명했거든요. 그때 한참 제가 한 2010년도에 왔거든요, 미국을. 근데 2007부터 2009 이 시기가 솔저보이 아시죠? 솔저보이 아시는 분은 알 텐데 솔저보이 Crank That 이게 힙합 노래인데 굉장히 유명했어요. 이게 모르시는 분들 많을 텐데 흑인 노래인데 굉장히 유명했고 슈퍼맨 Crank That 슈퍼맨도 있었고 또 뭘 많이 들었지? 곰곰이 생각해보고 있는데 그때 기억이 잘 안 나네요, 솔직히. 그때 이걸 많이 들었다. 드레이크. 맞아, 드레이크가 정말 정말 유명했어요. 드레이크. 아직도 굉장히 유명한 아티스트인데 저스틴 비버는 일단 우리 학교에서는 저스틴 비버 듣는 애들은 조용히 들었고 정말 시끄럽고 이제 노는 애들 있잖아요. 걔네들은 드레이크 듣고 아니면 되게 이제 힙합을 많이 들었던 것 같아요. 힙합 위주로. 켄드릭 러마르 이런 애들도 많이 듣고 카니에 웨스트 거기서 이제 언더그라운드 듣는 애들도 있고 저희 학교는 거의 이제 힙합으로 애들이 많이 패션을 추구하고 힙합 문화가 많이 컸기 때문에 브리트니 스피어스는 약간 그때쯤은 거의 많이 죽은 상태. 브리트니 스피어스는 한 1998? 이 시기 때 브리트니 스피어스가 굉장히 유명했고 그 뒤로는 많이 잠잠해져가지고 스눕독도 약간 옛날 좀 나이 많으신 분들 저보다는 약간 윗세대 분들이 많이 들었고 드레이크, 켄드릭 러마르, 타일러 더 크리에이터 그리고 이제 이건 힙합이고 또 그냥 팝 뮤직 듣는 애들은 맥 밀러 맞다. 맥 밀러도 엄청 유명했고 맞아요. 맥 밀러 그때 맞아. 저 맥 밀러 사망했다는 소식 듣고 굉장히 슬퍼했던 사람입니다. 제가 맥 밀러 굉장히 좋아했는데 너무 안타깝죠. 너무 괜찮은 아티스트였는데 오랜만에 저작권 감소? 저작권에 눈치 보지 않고 맥밀러 노래 하나 들어볼까요, 우리? 오늘 아침에 들은 게 있는데 정말 좋은 거. Rest in peace. Yes. 어떤 거지? 잠깐요. What album title have in that Tyler in that album? He had Her, I believe. Tyler, the creator, was definitely something back in the. Let me see if I can.
Akon, T-Pain, I'm in love with a stripper. Korean SpongeBob is so weird after growing up on English version. Oh yes, Korean SpongeBob sounds so weird. I'm about to play Her. Let's see if we can.
Introducing Grammarly, like you've never seen before. Your all-in-one writing essentials.
이게 Flower Boy는 최근 거고 이게 지금 Tyler the Creator인데 같이 한번 감상해 보시죠. 이거 맞나? 아 신가? 아 이거 이 노래다. 이 노래가 굉장히 유명했었거든요. 제가 기억하기론. 맞아, 프랭크 오션 나오는 이 노래 굉장히 좋아했던 기억이 있어요. 저도 친구들이랑 많이 들었던 기억. 이 노래도 있었고 가블린인가? 이 노래도 있고
since our last session, so tell me what's been going on. I'm not a fucking role model. I know this. I'm a 19-year-old fucking emotional coaster with pipe dreams. Since Kanye tweeted telling people he's bumping all of my shit, these motherfuckers think I'm supposed to live up to something. Shit, I'm still jacking off and proceeding my life careless, but getting more pussy cause I'm
하여튼 이런 느낌. 이 Tyler the Creator가 굉장히 자기만의 개성이 강하게 나와가지고 인상이 되게 깊었던 기억이 있어요. 사람들한테 인상을 깊게 남긴 기억이 있어요. 얘도 있고 또 그 시기에 또 누구 있었지? 정말 좋은 노래들이 하여튼 많긴 많았는데 추억이네요. 정말 오랜만에 듣는 거. 저도 여기까지 해볼게요. 인썸님. 인게임에서 뵈서 참 좋았습니다. 채팅만 치다가 게임상에서 보니까 참 반갑네요. 다음에도 그냥 편하게 파티 사냥하면서 파밍 같이 하면 참 좋을 것 같아요. 제가 맨날 파사하는 게 아니라 가끔 파밍도 하는데 원래는 다크래시에서 다크래시하고 일반 래시 잡으면서 파밍을 했는데 이제는 앞으로 버크나 듀얼 버크 잡으면서 파밍하고 싶은 생각이 많거든요. 그래서 그런 거 파밍할 때 같이 하면 참 좋을 것 같아요. 재밌고 그냥 마음 편하게. 알겠습니다. 여러분 오늘 4시간 반 정도 방송을 했는데 아주 즐거웠고 와주신 분들 감사하고 좋아요와 구독 한 번씩 눌러주시고 내일도 방송 킬 테니까 내일도 놀러 오셔서 같이 수다 떨고 시간 보내면 참 좋을 것 같아요. 내일 저녁 한국 시간으로 밤 11시에 방송 키고 in American time 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time I'll come back and stream. So thanks for coming out, thanks for joining, thanks for tuning in and hanging out. It was fun. Had a good time. Alright guys, see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.